Die sombranza ten mak et zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo a nogi distancia gumugubugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Samoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition Concai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Concai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
Osaina, Oleniti, Ninumari, Ami, Meskunta, Ninale. Osaina, Oleniti,
other day. I wrote down all the things I said, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Baby, I know that you've been wondering. Oh, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know. Second glass of wine got me thinking. Ooh, there's something about the kiss. Boy, you didn't mean it. Got me thinking. I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling. Oh, it's time you hear it. You didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you got all of me, and I belong to you. You're my everything. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, in case you didn't know.
All right.
Ooh,
Alrighty.
in case you didn't know. Ooh.
Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Guam.
Good morning, Chicago.
Ooh, Windy City.
Good morning, Jigo.
Good morning, Oregon.
Good morning, Dedado.
Good morning, Roadrunners.
Top of the day and good morning to our friends in the state of Ohio, specifically the Queen City, Cincinnati.
Also, Lenwo from Kosrai.
Well, nice.
Good morning, San Antonio.
Good morning, Yap. We got a listener watching us in Yap. Also, Martinsburg, West Virginia. Good morning.
Oh, I got another one for you. Half a day to Flat Gap, Kentucky and West Virginia. It's right there on the border.
Good morning, San Diego.
Good morning, Umatic.
Did you say Oregon?
It's
Yeah, not
either
yet.
Oregon or
Oregon.
Oregon. I think if you're from there, you can say Oregon and you
Right,
can get away
yeah.
with it.
Hafaday, Louisiana.
Good morning, Moleso.
Half a day and good morning. If you are waking up with us and having pancakes, pancakes would be great right now.
You always say that every morning. You make me want to eat pancakes.
I
Jay.
love pancakes. Okay, what's your best pancake recipe? Are you guys team peanut butter, team chocolate chips, team tutti frutti? What?
I totally suck at making pancakes, so I'll pass.
Tutti
How can you
frutti.
be such a like next level baker and not know how to make pancakes?
Because I can bake, I can't do pancakes.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
I like taking the pancake, Jay, and I like to put scrambled eggs and cheese and a bacon in it and wrap it up. And
Oh, that's the, okay.
Wow.
Truth, I don't eat pancakes with anything. No syrup, no butter. I eat it with my hands.
yeah, well,
because I'm classy like
I
that.
put butter in the pan, so it's always kind of buttered.
nice.
Hafaday, Ohio. Go ahead.
Hafaday, Portugal.
Yes, good morning, Sinanya.
Oh, Portugal, nice.
Hey, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Good morning, Talafolfo, Epan. Good morning, Chalampongo. Ordot. Good morning, Mai.
Hafaday and good morning to those of you if you live near a church, and especially if even though the pandemic you're being safe and you still volunteer to clean up your local parish. You guys are awesome.
Good morning to everybody who lives by a mom and pop store that has a sink outside so you can wash your hands when you go to get your empanada and your chicken kelaguen this morning.
Nice.
Shout out to all our friends in Quarantine Hotel.
Yeah.
Good morning to everyone who's eating boba popsicles.
Nice. At 6 in the morning. There's nothing wrong with that.
Why not? You need your sugar, man.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning, MTM. Good morning, Hagania, Anigua, Adaloo. Good morning, Asen, Agat, Petey,
Saipan.
Saipan.
Hafaday to all farmers.
Hey, good morning to our friends over at Pizza Hut Mangilaw.
Hey.
Good morning, Guam from Texas, and also Fina Taitano, half a day from Vallejo, California.
Hey, Alabama, what's up? Northern Colorado. Good morning, Todd.
Okay, Alabama, are you Roll Tide or are you War Eagle? That's a big question down there.
Yep, that's going out to my Nyao Norse.
Nice.
War Eagle.
War Eagle. Okay, Auburn fan.
Good morning, Petey.
Hey, Marilyn.
Patricia Ann Atalig writes pancakes in the making, Jay.
Of course.
What kind? Oh, please,
Uh-oh.
please share. Honestly, I'm Team Blueberry.
Also, let's say good morning to the love handles of Guam, Barragata. Good morning, Tijen.
Nice.
Hafaday, Las Vegas.
Good morning to Tuhat, to Mooning, Tumon Harmon.
Okay, I want to say Hafaday and good morning to the unofficial 2 extensions of Guam. Okay, we've got, of course, Cocos Island down there, of course, and then that little sandbar that's kind of off.
Bikini Island.
Yeah, Ipao Beach. What they call it, Bikini? I heard it was called Goat Island. Well, okay, I guess there's 3, right? Because when you go around to like Sleepy Lagoon, where.
Is there a good morning in here somewhere?
Yeah, well, okay. Good morning to those of you. That big rock, that limestone formation, when you go to, like near what's that hotel?
I don't know.
In Tamuning.
Yeah.
Hotel in Tamuning?
No,
Onward?
Santa Fe?
Yeah, Santa Fe, and you got that big rock that's like maybe a quarter mile out. Awesome place to take a selfie.
Good morning, Inarahan.
Good morning, Hollister, California, and Maine.
Good morning, Port Authority employees, Port Strong.
Vallejo in the house.
Get back to Daddy Doe.
Santa Rita.
Good morning. Is that it?
No, Hafaday and good morning to you. If, like a good car owner, you have changed your oil every 90 days.
Okay.
Right on, Jay.
Agates.
Debbie Davis having blueberry pancakes and sausage breakfast for dinner tonight.
Nice, Debbie.
Breakfast for dinner. I love it. You crazy, Debbie.
Okay, I got an idea. The 3 of us, right? I'm going to ask you guys to do something that TikTok does, right? Okay, Chris and Bree.
Good morning, Arizona. Buenas from San Diego. Jojo Pipeline, Palmdale, California. Good morning.
Hey, Hafaday to our friends in St. Louis. That's both Missouri.
Yeah, and
Okay.
And wait, what's the other state that has St. Louis? No, I'm sorry. Kansas City is both
Cardinals.
Kansas and
St.
Missouri.
Louis Cardinals.
Yeah, there you go.
Right on. Good morning from behind the fence. Naval Base, Guam. Buy us Pampers.
Hey, Hafaday, good morning to all of our friends on base, too.
And good morning to everybody listening on the Breeze 93.9. We're KUAM FM in Agatnia, Guam. Again on our KUAM News Facebook Live feed, our Edward R. Murrow award-winning Facebook Live. Thank you guys for joining. Please share the show. Let's get it out there. We got a big show for you guys as always. It's brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E, and also our partners at the Thrive Coalition, where it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us.
I want to ask one thing, Magalahi. Mon Capitan. Okay, I want to do real quick. We don't want to waste too much time, but the 2 of you, Chris and Bree, right? We're going to do a game that TikTok does, right? And of course, I'm the TikTok guy. So I need you guys to raise your hand, right? And everybody at home, raise your hand, too.
I don't want to do any TikTok because China.
Okay, but raise your hand, right? Raise your right hand.
Okay.
Okay. And this is what TikTok does all the time. Okay, put a finger down if you have had pancakes in the last week. No? Okay. Put a finger down if you have changed your oil in the last month in your car.
Well, like you personally, or like drop it
No,
off?
or
the
had
shop?
it done. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You mean literally or figuratively?
Either or. Okay. Put a finger down if you watch football this weekend.
Of course, KUAM.
Okay. Put a finger down if you have made a meal in the last week with at least 2 courses.
Come on now, Jason.
No,
What
I
the
mean
hell?
dessert and just soup.
This is a weird
bread.
one. Yeah.
Okay.
Put a finger down if you wear your underwear backwards on Tuesday.
Next.
Is
we
that
done?
to you?
Are we
Okay,
done
your
here?
turn.
Are we done?
Oh,
We got one left. Okay.
Put a finger down if you had your ballot destroyed in the primary election.
Ooh.
Put a finger down if you voted for the general election. Yeah.
Put a finger down if you wish we had better candidates in the general election.
Ouch. Very clever. Okay. Okay, and you know what? And put a finger down if someone you know, a friend or family member, is in quarantine and you have reached out to them to make their quarantine experience a little more tolerable.
Right, and let's put a
Yeah.
let's put a
Good job,
finger
guys.
up and get this W today, guys. Let's put the win in Wetness Day. There's no L in Wednesday, guys. No losing today. You woke up, you're here. Let's get it. 6:23. It's time for the link on the Breeze 93.9 coming up. We've been talking a lot about quarantine. Well, this morning we're going to talk with a woman who is a Guam resident quarantined in Hawaii. We'll also catch up talking about ballots and voting. Maria Pangilinan from the Election Commission. We got Charles Esteves, the Civil Defense Administrator, coming on. We got John Fernandez, Education Superintendent. Chief of Police Steve Ignacio, also slated to make an appearance this morning. Lillian Posadas, the Hospital Administrator. And then there was a class action lawsuit filed in the federal court by Attorney Tom Fisher and Attorney Rachel Azuzu. These guys are working hard, making that money. Tom Pinehoff is the client. We'll talk with all 3 of those. And then we got a bunch of our business friends coming on at 9 just to kind of talk. We're just going to talk shop about how some of these businesses have been impacted, been affected by this PCOR 1 lockdown and the pandemic in general. We got Steve Roberto of Purebred, Roman De La Cruz of Fuck Guy, and Jesse Chubby Rosario of Boca Box. And then 9:30, I got a call yesterday. A guy was wondering about hunting and fishing and Department of Agriculture. They got a grant.
They got a grant, and then they just won a grant. It's the first time I think that they had been awarded a grant of its kind, and I don't have it in front of me, but congratulations to the Department of Agriculture.
Right, and we'll find out how you can get that money from Department of Ag coming up on this Wednesday, the 22nd day of September. Let's do it. We'll get right into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off today, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Unfortunately, tragedy once again starts our news this morning as our community has lost 2 more of our neighbors to COVID-related deaths. The Joint Information Center reporting that shortly after 1 p.m. on Tuesday at GMH, a 65-year-old man with COVID-19 succumbed to the virus. He had been transferred to GMH from the Guam Regional Medical City on August 21st. He is Guam's 36th death due to COVID-19. Then about an hour later, also at GMH, the 37th COVID-19 related fatality occurred. A 52-year-old woman with underlying conditions compounded by COVID-19. She'd been at the Tamuning Hospital since September 5th. As for the census at the Guam Memorial Hospital, this is as of last night. There were 39 COVID patients hospitalized there, 15 receiving ICU level of care. Of that number, 9 were on ventilators. Meanwhile, out of 474 samples ran yesterday, 43 returned positive. Of that number, 31 were identified through contact tracing, 5 were identified in quarantine, 3 cases reported recent travel from the U.S., and 2 cases reported recent travel from the Philippines. To date, there have been a total of 2,190 officially reported cases of COVID-19 on Guam, with 37 deaths. 646 people are actively fighting the virus, while 1,507 people have recovered from infection. A local business owner is leading a class action complaint filed against Governor Lulian Guerrero and Public Health Director Art San Agustin. The owner of Live House and Shady Lady, Thomas Pinehoff, through attorneys Tom Fisher and Rachel Azuzu, filed the complaint Tuesday afternoon in the District Court of Guam. Pinehoff is fighting the governor's orders to shut down non-essential businesses like his. According to court documents, the governor claimed power to enact the shutdown order, having violated Pinehoff's rights and resulting in financial impact. Documents state, quote, in arbitrary and capricious manners, defendant Leon Guerrero and defendant San Augustine have expressed an intention to deprive plaintiff of the economic benefits and use of his property while permitting other businesses to operate. He argues there's no basis for allowing one business to operate while prohibiting another business when both are capable of implementing the same safety policies. He is seeking the court to declare the governor's shutdown orders unconstitutional, as well as compensation for losses. Reacting to the lawsuit, Adelup issued the following statement, quote, under the laws of Guam and the Organic Act, the governor has a legal authority and moral obligation to save lives and prevent the outright collapse of our healthcare system. We are focused on that effort and remain confident that the courts will acknowledge these facts. We will reopen as soon as it is reasonable to do so, but that decision will be based on data that demonstrates that community spread can be contained and that our hospitals have the capacity to treat those who need it. Until then, no one's life or livelihood will be safe. The Office of Guam Homeland Security says there is no imminent threat of a Chinese missile attack. This after national and international media reports started circulating about a Chinese Air Force video that purportedly depicts a missile attack against Andersen Air Force Base. But as Nestor Lecanto reports, even the commander of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command warns not to take China's saber rattling too lightly.
In a virtual roundtable discussion last week on Indo-Pacific missile defense solutions, Admiral Philip Davidson spoke about the growing tensions with Beijing.
China is the most significant strategic threat and will be the challenge to the United States for the 21st century.
But Admiral Davidson said the U.S. is actively designing a posture to persuade potential adversaries that any preemptive military action will be costly and likely fail.
This is accomplished by sustaining a posture of credible combat power forward in the Western Pacific that provides our national leaders with the options to deter and to manage crisis all the way up to full war planning and war plan execution if it becomes necessary.
The Admiral's speech came last Thursday before news reports of the Chinese Air Force video depicting Guam as a target came out. But even then, he issued a warning.
The threat of air and missile attacks alone from an increasingly capable China should be concerning for every one of us.
Earlier this year, and again during last week's speech, he pushed for a more than $1 billion 360-degree air and missile defense system to be built in Guam.
Guam is U.S. homeland. It's part of our territory, but also more than just homeland to U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. It is a critical nexus for our command and control, for our sustainment, for our logistics, and for our power projection. For many in the region, it defines us as a Western Pacific power.
He says, make no mistake about it, China is in year 70 of a 100-year plan to replace the United States as the global political, economic, and military leader. America, he says, must be ready to respond. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Department of Defense announces the award of 16 grants totaling approximately $50 million under the Defense Community Infrastructure Pilot Program by the Office of Economic Adjustment. According to a media release, $3.5 million is being awarded to the municipality of Orat Chalanpago to undertake a $6.5 million project to construct a multi-purpose recreation and emergency center to support military families on Guam. Meanwhile, $335,000 is going to the Tinian Commonwealth Bureau of Military Affairs to enhance utility infrastructure in support of life, health, and safety for service members rotating on and off the island from Joint Region Marianas. The Visitor Control Center at Naval Base Guam reopens today, but on a limited capacity. The NBG VCC was thoroughly deep cleaned, defogged with disinfectant, and sanitized under guidelines from the CDC and Naval Installations Command. As we reported last week, an employee there tested positive for COVID. All those contacts Close contacts of the confirmed case were identified and are under quarantine or isolation for 14 days. VCC patrons have not been identified as close contacts to that one positive case. If you are needing police clearances, crash reports, or criminal and non-criminal reports from the Guam Police Department, its records and ID section will be open for limited services beginning today at 8 o'clock to 12 noon, and it's by appointment only. They will not be accepting new or renewal of firearms ID and registration of firearms at this time. All requests must be sent via email at records@gpd.guam.gov, or you can call 475-8500. Continuing their partnership with Village Mayors, the Guam Department of Education and TFAP under the USDA Food Nutrition Services will be distributing food commodities this week. Commodities will be given to each mayor, who will then coordinate a drive-through or door-to-door delivery to minimize traffic-related issues. Commodities will be distributed on a first-come, first-served basis while supplies last, and residents should call their respective mayor's office for more information. Participants are reminded to wear a mask, maintain social distancing, and follow all traffic directions and signage. Today's distribution will take place in Talafofo and in Arahan. For this week's schedule, visit KUAM.com. In national news, President Trump is pushing ahead with plans to nominate someone to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the Supreme Court. Deborah Alfrani is outside the court and with the latest on the president's search and how the Senate is responding.
President Trump tweeted he'll be announcing his pick for a new Supreme Court justice at the White House Saturday.
The president has already appointed 2 strong conservative justices to the Supreme Court, justices who will interpret the Constitution as written. Now, he will nominate a 3rd.
CBS News has learned the president met with Amy Coney Barrett at the White House Monday. The 48-year-old federal appeals court judge is a favorite of religious conservatives.
We're looking at 5 incredible jurists, 5 incredible people, women that are extraordinary in every way. I mean, honestly, could be any one of them.
Republicans are lining up behind the president as he pushes to get his eventual nominee confirmed before the November 3rd election.
Senator Graham said that he believes that he'll have the votes, and leave it to the senators at this point. But this will be a nominee that will really, I think, unify Republicans.
Democrats are expressing outrage, pointing to Republicans holding up President Obama's last nomination because it was in an election year.
If Leader McConnell presses forward, the Republican majority will have stolen 2 Supreme Court seats, 4 years apart, using completely contradictory rationales.
A new poll in 6 battleground states shows 57% of likely voters say the president should not be able to nominate a replacement if he loses the election. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Washington.
And finally, it's National Small Business Week, and the USBA announces Guam's top entrepreneurs and champions. Congratulations to Graphic Center Guam's Susan Biolchino, Christopher Biolchino, and Jesse Rosario, who received the Guam Small Business Person of the Year Award. Guam Community College President Dr. Mary Okada, who received the Women in Business Champion of the Year. Hyatt General Manager Sophia Chu, who received the Minority Small Business Champion of the Year Award. Bank of Guam President CEO Joaquin Cook, who received the Financial Services Champion of the Year Award. Z's Green Canteen Chef Tani Guzman, who received the Home Base Business Champion of the Year Award. SBA Guam Branch Manager Kenneth Lujan says small businesses play a vital role in enabling Guam's entrepreneurs to succeed. They're excited to be able to recognize a few of these great success stories for the SBA's 30th anniversary. That is the news for now. Stay tuned. We'll have more right here on The Link.
Living through a pandemic has left...
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling frustrated and tired. But there is a way forward, and it could be as simple as downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Join us on Saturday, September 26th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for our Download-a-thon special on TVA, PBS Guam, and the KUAM News Facebook page. Learn from the experts as they debunk the myths and raise awareness while you enjoy musical performances and giveaways. The 2-hour Download-a-thon special is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, PBS Guam, and KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
We have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the healthcare we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
Hafa Day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can spread by people who are not showing symptoms or are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread transmission, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when in public. Everyone must wear a cloth face covering when they leave home and have it visible at all times and put it on when others are nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking health care, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 and have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
in the bottom. And you better not complain more. Get in trouble with the mountain. Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me.
Okay.
Oh, let the midnight special shine a light on me. Oh, let the midnight special.
Wow, you guys. Wow, you guys. Like, absolutely wow. Okay. For those of you watching on Facebook, if you're watching us on TV and everything, jump immediately onto our Facebook feed because our dear, dear friend, Debbie Davis from Bardstown, Kentucky. We gotta have Debbie on the show one of these days.
Make it happen.
Yeah, okay. Debbie, we're gonna DM you. We asked Debbie, of course, at the top of the show. She was saying she's making pancakes for dinner, and we said, can you share your pancake recipe? She shared in exhaustive detail exactly what she's making, and this looks, I put the comment in there, that it looks immaculate.
It looks like you could just use the Bisquick.
Well, I've never described, I've never described pancakes as being immaculate, but that's exactly what Debbie looked. I mean, this looks incredible. I would
Wow,
eat this for
Debbie.
dinner.
Props to you, because, I just use the Bisquick.
The brown sugar, I think, really sets it apart. Did you see? Do you make pancakes with
Or
brown
the
sugar?
Betty Crocker has a good mix, too. Krusty's is all right.
But, I mean, you're talking about a proper Southern woman. I mean,
Yeah, but ain't nobody got time for that. But Debbie, thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
I'm gonna try it out.
We should try this out.
It looks like you need one whole aisle of Payless.
A griddle, a heat griddle. Is that like a frying pan?
That's like a cast iron.
Iron?
Yeah, so look at this blueberry pancake recipe she uses. Oh, this old thing I whipped together. 2 cups all-purpose flour, baking flour, kosher salt, light brown sugar, 2 eggs. Oh my God.
Hey, do you cook this on like low heat? Because I always burn.
Yeah.
Like,
You know what you got to do, Bree? Is you got to
the
warm.
best part.
You got to warm the pan up a little bit,
on high heat?
and you just got to realize the first pancake is a casualty of war. The first pancake is just coming out messed up. That once you accept it, you're okay. Because you got to have your pan like medium kind of hot so that when you put it down, when you pour the thing down, it stops spreading. Yeah, but that's with Bisquick. I don't know how to do it with the homemade. Wow, Debbie, you fancy. Send us a picture. 646. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room here on this Wednesday. It's the Link, the Breeze. 93.9, where we're going into our Zoom room. A little different, as we usually interview Guam residents in Guam quarantine. But we have Monica Broussard, who is a Guam resident, currently quarantined in Hawaii. Good morning, Monica.
Good morning.
And let's just give a little background here. Now, you traveled from Guam to Hawaii. You're actually medevaced with your daughter, who is undergoing surgery there in Hawaii.
Exactly.
And so tell us what happened. You got medevaced from here. You got to Hawaii. Tell us what happened.
So our medevac is a little different. We didn't take a commercial medevac. It is a contracted medevac, which I don't understand why the quarantine rules are a little bit different. However, we tried to do everything before we left Guam, applying for exemptions. However, we were denied at the time and was told that we can reapply. So with that said, we were also given a few local numbers here in Hawaii to reach out to in the event that we needed some assistance. It's the Guam Medical Referral Office. And so we reached out and we were unsuccessful with that number.
As in disconnected, or as in no one's answering the phone? Oh, disconnected. Oh.
Yeah. We even researched online for any other numbers. I tried to call the local number there on Guam. And unfortunately, when you go on their website or even try, they say due to COVID, it's closed. So fortunate enough for my family and I, we are military retirees. And so there has been a number of people that reached out. The medical team has been spectacular in assisting us. They were nice enough to bring me all the way to my hotel stay. Otherwise, we would have had to fend for ourselves, and I would have been left at the airport. And the airport that we fly into is not the normal airport. It's the smaller, it's called Signature Airport. They had spoken about a family that just came in the same way a few days prior, and they were in the same situation. Guam Medical Referral Office was not answering. And so it's very unfortunate when you have to travel this far and you're expecting that, and numbers were given, and then there's just nothing, no help in that aspect. And then you come to Hawaii and you go straight into quarantine. I don't know what to say. I guess it's called a parent's worst nightmare. You can't be by the bedside of your child. So it's, and they said it's because my daughter's an adult. However, situations may vary, but the only time you can actually break quarantine is in case of an emergency. And you still have to have the hospital and the COVID exemption team give you that just for emergency.
And it kind of seems like the Guam Medical Referral Office would be the body as a quasi-governmental agency that would facilitate the discussions with the COVID exemption team and the quarantine people in Hawaii.
Yep. But I have not, I mean, I still try to call that number. It's disconnected.
Monica, this is, I did a story on the Guam Medical Referral Office, I think it was about over a year ago.
Yeah.
Similar situation. There's always problems with this, but I'm just thinking, I'm of the mindset that during the pandemic, probably it would be essential to have maybe the Guam Medical Referral Office up and running for our people like you.
Yes. Yeah, it's been, I will tell you this. When we first found out we were getting medevac, it was less than a week before we had to leave. When they told us, they said, okay, you'll be leaving in about 3 to 4 days. 3 to 4 days is not a lot of time to get everything in order, paperwork, book your stay. And then the worst part is we have family and friends here, but we cannot go stay with them. The state of Hawaii will not allow you to stay at a resident.
How long have you been there? Has your daughter had her surgery yet? Or?
Yeah, she had it yesterday and it was successful. She's not in pain like she was. So a good thing is we have telephone. So I get to speak to her all the time. The nurses and at Tripler, they're very good. They contact me all the time. She still has some things attached to her, unfortunately, until they monitor her and say she's okay. So we are scheduled to come back in 4 months. The follow-up required for her is to fly back here in 4 months. Going through all of this, I'm hoping that we are out of the pandemic has probably eased up then. So with this experience, at least we know what to expect when we come back again.
What was the number you were given? Do you have that on you?
No.
It's okay. We can get it over after.
It's the one. It's actually, so they gave me a piece of paper. They gave me a number, and then when I went to research it online, it's the same number. There's no other number that they have.
Who gave you the number?
The case management over at Naval Hospital.
Okay.
And so, the number that they give you here also is the same number.
Monica, so when the Naval Hospital people gave you that number, did they say anything like, oh, good luck calling this?
No, that's another story I'd like to share. That's another story I'd like to share in the future. And as a matter of fact, my husband and I were going to make it a personal goal to assist families in our situation in the future, just to kind of write. I'm writing down details of everything you need to do to prepare yourself for this type of situation. It's a big miss. It's really unfortunate that families have to go through this kind of thing. I never understood it. Now I have a better understanding of what it takes, all the effort You know, it's just, it's an exhausting process.
It is, and just to provide a little background, what the Guam Medical Referral Office is supposed to do. Well, first they're supposed to answer the phone, but they can provide. It's almost like concierge services where they would facilitate between you and the clinic and appointments, and we know that they also offer a shuttle service. We've been told that they also can help with accommodations. So there's a lot of stuff that they can do to make it easier for our Guam residents who, unfortunately, because our healthcare system has been largely ignored by the people in power, our people have no choice but to travel to the Philippines, which is almost impossible to do right now in this pandemic, or to Hawaii, or to Los Angeles, where we're supposed to have all these medical referral offices stood up in these locations because our people go there. So did you feel abandoned, alone, maybe even betrayed?
Oh, yes, definitely. I definitely feel that way. Like I said, if it wasn't for the medical transport team that brought us here and brought me all the way to my hotel, I would have been left at that airport to fend for myself. And unfortunately, when you're here and you have to be quarantined, you're not allowed to rent a car. Until after your quarantine period.
Did you have to take a test before going to Hawaii?
No, I did not have to take a test. As a matter of fact, here's a crazy thing. So coming here, being quarantined, you pay for your own accommodations, you pay for your own meals, you have to fend for yourself. Before you come here 24 hours in advance, you have to apply for the Safe Travels thing. And then after you apply for that, you have to check in every day. You log on and you check in every day to sign in. There, you just tell them if you have symptoms or not. And then they don't give you a COVID test while you're in quarantine.
So you pay for everything. Everything?
You pay for, yes.
Is there a government quarantine hotel? I mean, is there one designated hotel that everybody goes to, or it's just whatever hotel you choose?
It's whatever hotel you choose, which is probably a good thing, because then, you know, we were able to put ourselves up in at least a good hotel so that we're comfortable throughout this period. So you check in every day. Here is what the hotels were. What do you call it? They were told to do. So when you check in, they give you a one-time key card. And that one-time key card is basically to let you in your room. You can open your door and you can accept stuff from family or friends, and they actually bring it up themselves. Unlike Guam, where you drop it off, here they come all the way to your door. They just can't come in your room.
How will they know, though?
Because security brings them up.
Oh, I see.
So if you leave your room, your door closes, you can't come back in. You have to go to the front desk to get back in your room, and that's when they know you've broken quarantine.
But you said you had applied for an exemption, correct?
Yes,
correct. Did they tell you why they denied it?
Because of their current lockdown situation. And so what happens is, even if Tripler is its own hospital, they still follow the local government's lockdown.
We did get some comments here. Seth Evangelista writes, she's in Hawaii too, I think. She said, Guam Medical Referral is running and we were assisted too. Elaine writes, Monica, sorry you went through all of that. Seth again comments, it's an expensive quarantine here in Hawaii.
Yes.
Right. And when are you scheduled to leave Hawaii, Monica, and come back to Guam? Do you know already?
We're looking at probably the 5th or 6th. I have to wait for my daughter's release first. Everything is dependent upon her release on when we leave Hawaii. So thankfully enough, my quarantine will be probably over a day or two before we leave.
Right.
And then that's another part. We come back to Guam and we go straight into quarantine
I
again.
know. I was going to say. Have you done any work to try and? There's a whole process for the Guam quarantine. Do you have any parties in the Department of Public Health and Social Services? The close relatives.
Man, I don't know if my last name is gonna allow me to get that exemption.
Broussard, what's your?
Maybe I could've-
Use your
maybe
maiden
if I
name.
kept my maiden.
Yeah, now
Maybe
you're.
if I kept my maiden name,
What is it, Leon Guerrero?
it's Rivera.
Oh, that's
Unfortunately.
all right. On yeah. So you just say, hey, you know, land management. I'm tight with Joe. Then boom, right through. You're gonna get through. Hey, in the comments, Monica, someone put a number here that you can try. I know that you Googled the number and you weren't able to get through, but there is somebody had put a 1-808-397-1645.
Does that number sound familiar?
What? I'm sending it to her too.
And Jason will
Okay.
WhatsApp it to you.
What
Right.
was it?
Yeah.
1-808?
1-808, brother. 397-1645.
Yeah, we just sent it to her.
That looks almost familiar.
Right.
I think that's the same one. I can try it though.
Right. I've had problems too, Monica, when I did a story and trying to call the medical referral. It was like, I felt like the marshal trying to call somebody who owes a bill. They just never answered.
Yeah, it's really, and you know, my daughter, when she gets released, I have to make arrangements for that as well.
Right.
Because I can't break quarantine. So I have to go out and look for somebody to pick her up.
Right. And we put in the ask to Adelup Press Secretary Crystal Paco San Augustine just for an update with the medical referral office, and maybe we could get some updated numbers or an explanation or something, Monica, and we'll keep you posted, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Anything in closing you want to add to the people of Guam?
Yeah, you know, coming back, they could, if they have any questions regarding some sort of medevac, especially for, I know it doesn't help, but especially for those military retirees that have to be medevac, I'm willing to assist in the process and just to kind of cut the time down and the exhaustion and the effort, just to kind of give them a little insight on what it takes to get to this point. Expectations and I'm keeping all the numbers I have here and who to contact and in advance so that when they get here, you know, they have that ease in their mind, and that, you know, when they get here, all they have to worry about is their loved one. And, you know, I hope and pray that nobody ever has to go through this at this time again, because it's rough. It's really rough.
Yeah, I could hear it. I know when we talked yesterday, you're pretty choked up. Monica, can you show us the room at all? I'm just a little curious about the Hawaii quarantine.
Sure. Let me show you. I'm gonna turn this camera around.
What hotel are you at?
I am at the Ala Moana Hotel.
Oh, brother, the Ala Moana.
Well, you know what? I have to be grateful. I have my husband who wants to set us up in comfort. So.
Wow. Aloha.
Woo!
Wow.
Yeah, it's really nice. And, you know, at least we get to go out and get some fresh air on the balcony.
Yeah. It looks pretty dead down there. Can you face the street again?
Oh, yeah, it is. So I'm going to show you where the mall is, and it's really dead.
Okay.
So that's kind of the parking lot.
Oh.
You know, I've never been to Hawaii except the airport.
Yeah, that's Waikiki over there.
Oh yeah.
Right there.
Monica, this is Jason Salas. I've been there. I've been there many times. I love Ala Moana Mall. I'm a mall rat, so yeah.
And it's very empty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, but
It's very empty. So I'm actually happy that I get to at least see that, you know.
Yeah.
You come here and you want to go to the different stores, but you know, my reason for coming here is basically for my daughter. I can't even do that.
Yeah. Feel you.
How old's your daughter?
She is 21.
Oh, she's young.
That's still a baby, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, your child will always be a child no matter the age.
Thank you for that. We're just getting some comments. It's like Holy Week here. Sev Evangelista is also out there. I don't know if she's in the same hotel. She says it's like Holy Week here. Nothing is happening.
Nothing is happening at all.
Wow. And I read something about Hawaii. I think they're on obviously on some kind of lockdown, but
Yes, and then we were told that either Thursday or Wednesday or Thursday this week they're lifting some restrictions, but that restrictions is for local people, not for people in quarantine.
Oh, you can just pretend you're one Hawaiian. You just walk around like, no, I stay local, brother. Oh,
They sent me a thing and it says that the fine here is $5,000.
damn, boy. Sounds like they hate your morals. That's why you should stay in.
I mean, good thing I have cousins here and friends here that are Chamorros, so we could get a little Chamorro going around here.
Right. That's right. And you gotta get them to get all the stuff that, when people go to Hawaii, they want to bring back the chantilly cake. They want to bring back the cornflake cookies.
Do you know, though, Monica, if they have, how on Guam we have essential businesses that are allowed to open? Do you know if that's the case over there?
Yes, there is. As a matter of fact, Hawaii, they have my daughter was just joking with me earlier. She said, "Oh, Mom, we get to finally try Grubhub, DoorDash, Postmates, Uber Eats." And I was laughing. I said, okay, just come to me, and then we can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the Guam Medical Referral Office in Hawaii is closed because actually you said the number doesn't even work. So
it does not.
Do they have an email?
Yes. What's that?
An email. Tried emailing.
I was looking for one online and I didn't see anything.
Yeah, there definitely should be an easier way to get a hold of them.
I don't see one either.
Yeah.
And
And Bree's she's a pretty good Googler, Monica. I would say she's a black belt Googler.
Well, my husband likes to say women make the best FBI agents.
Oh, yes.
I can't
Confirm or deny.
I can't fight him on that one.
Yeah, okay, Monica. Okay, Bree.
Thank you for lifting my spirits.
Yeah, hey.
You take care.
Thank you.
Keep us posted, okay?
Prayers for your daughter.
I will.
All right.
I will. Thank you so much.
And that was a hint about the cornflake cookies. I'm just kidding, Monica. God bless you and your daughter, and we hope it works out for you guys, and keep us posted, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
That's stuff. All right,
Adjust.
Wash your hands. That's Monica Broussard, Guam resident in Hawaii quarantine.
Medevaced, right, with her daughter so that she could have
surgery.
Right.
Yeah.
And she wasn't able to be there by her side because she was stuck in quarantine, which, by the way, I guess the way it works in Hawaii, or at least in Monica's situation, she's having to pay for it on her own dime.
The self-pay.
Yeah.
And the one thing that really stuck out to me about that interview, and just Monica's, she said her sense of humor, she's staying positive and everything. When she said, she goes, "I'm documenting and I'm chronicling everything I'm doing, and my husband and I want to help people when this is, when we're through with our experience so that others don't have to do that." She could very easily just say, "I'm upset at this thing. I had a negative experience. Screw everybody who helped me. Screw you. Screw this and everything." No, she's saying, I'm going to do enough Malik, and I'm going to take care so that people don't have to go through what
I'm going to take these lemons and make finna Denny.
That's an angel on earth, man.
So people are putting numbers in the comments here.
All right.
If you're seeing that, Monica. Apparently people got the in on the Guam Medical Referral Office. Oh, Bree's calling. Right, at 7:07, guys, we're going to take a short break.
This number's not working.
And we're going to...
No, the one that's on their website.
I think Miss Maria Pangolina is also calling the medical referral because she's on the phone in our Zoom room. We're going to get right back to Miss Maria Pangolina and also Dr. Hoa Wen coming up on the show here. And we've also got Charles Estevez, Civil Defense Administrator. My son messaged me last night, "Dad, is China going to bomb us?"
Oh, my goodness. My son asked me when I got home.
Yeah. And then he put freaking China with the mad emoji.
Bree, your son actually made a TikTok about that last night.
You're kidding me.
I was going through it, and I was really sad, and I was like, wow, but it shows the awareness of it, and it shows how that generation is responding to this with, when news like this comes out. that's how they know how to communicate. But I was like, and you know, he was saying, apparently you didn't see it, but I was like, man, my nephew's like, he's taking to TikTok to communicate with his friends.
You know, you are supposed to call me and let me know what he's doing the moment he does it.
So I need to build an app, basically, that when her son generates a TikTok, it notifies me, which then triggers my phone to call this one. I got nothing to do.
Are you
We
guys,
had this conversation.
Are you guys done over here? Because
Yeah.
sorry, my mom and dad were fighting. Sorry you had to see that. 7:08. We're coming back with more of the Link on the Breeze 93.9.
Living through a pandemic has left many
GU
of us
Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Small businesses are an important foundation in our island's growing economy. They provide essential goods and services to our community while preserving local traditions and creating new job opportunities. Your responses to the 2020 Census of Guam will help small businesses receive the information they need to thrive for years to come. Respond today. Together, we can make a difference.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling frustrated and tired. But there is a way forward, and it could be as simple as downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Join us on Saturday, September 26th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for our Download-a-thon special on TVA, PBS Guam, and the KUM News Facebook page. Learn from the experts as they debunk the myths and raise awareness while you enjoy musical performances and giveaways. The 2-hour Download-a-thon special is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, PBS Guam, and KUAM Communications.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. 7:15 on the Link, the Breeze, 93.9, and we've already gone to Hawaii and back. Good morning, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. Thank you for joining us on our KUAM News Facebook feed. Of course, the KUAM News app, KUAM.com. Right here on the radio, The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where Dr. Ho Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group is standing by on what a beautiful Wednesday morning.
Hi, Doc.
Good morning, Doc.
Hi, guys. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's not raining, nice and sunny. So it's a nice day.
Yeah, too bad we got to stay home. Good morning, Doc.
I know. But it's going to get better. It's okay.
It's okay. It's going to
It's
get
getting better.
It's getting better. So did you guys have the meeting last night with the PAG? What can you tell us?
And, just overall, it's a very good meeting. Public health, is there. Quarantine team is there. So everybody's there. So we try to make it work together and make a decision to move things forward. Things are getting better, but we're not where we're supposed to be yet. The hospital census are down. I think this morning down to 32. And so we hope that it remain low in the next few weeks or so. Basically, there's a lot of confusion of quarantine guideline yesterday. So we basically call everyone on the table and try to set a quarantine guideline that we really like to implement this week, sometime this week. And things need to get ready at the Q factor, but we like to implement, at testing on day 6 and let people go home on day 7 on home quarantine. That's based on all the science that we have at this point, and it will catch probably majority, 94-95% of all the positive that coming in. So that's a very good odds, and the rest of the time, people will be home quarantine for the next 7 days with the Sarah Alert on. Sarah Alert is a web based program that people download when they go home, and it's basically just like the patient there in Hawaii. Just report in your symptom, your sign symptom every day, and someone from public health will get back with you if you have any sign and symptom and tell you what to do. So we really like to push that out this week. So public health, Q factor, allowing to get prepared if we implement the new guideline this week.
So you guys agreed that this was actually going to happen. Public Health is ready to roll out this whole Sarah Alert program?
Yeah, they ready to roll out. Okay. I mean, they download to some of the physician phone, including my phone on Sarah Alert. So I see what happened to Sarah Alert and what question they ask and what activity that public health monitors. So I think the Sarah Alert is a nice thing to have, but we say it's not a showstopper, So if we had to roll out this program this week and delay the Sarah Alert for a week or so, we will roll that out because, people need to go home earlier, so we really want people to go home on day 7. Again, if they test, so
Doc,
that should be.
As far as the testing, you said on day 6, is that test is going to be borne by the traveler wanting to get out, right?
That's the person's choice. I mean, if they want to stay longer, it's up to them. But if they want to go home early, then we test them out day 6, and the test should be 24 hours. They should get back the next day already.
No, but
so,
if I was in quarantine and I wanted to get out early, do I pay for the test?
No, the test on free.
Okay.
Sabrina, there's no one should pay for a test. So there's a lot of website there that some clinic charge for testing out I don't see why you have to pay for testing. So again, no, unless you have absolutely no reason to be tested, then you pay if you want to know. But if you have reason to be tested, it should be free, and
Right.
so no one should pay.
Right.
Okay. And so, what about what we discussed yesterday regarding the reopening of some businesses? What was discussed regarding that?
We have to move forward with our economy, and again, it's all based on the hospital census, and if our hospital can handle any type of new admission or any type of surge, and the hospital, are in better shape than they are in the past, 6 weeks or so. It's not where we want it yet, so the opening of business will be kind of slow. We're gonna try to discuss with the governor this morning to see if we can reopen some business based on the data that we have in the last peak core 2 and 3. That some business that does not have any positive. That is like a cluster. I mean, you have 1 or 2 from the employee is not considered as an infection in that business. So we look at those and we try to decide the best that we can on which business that we can open safely. And we had to present that to the governor, and she had to approve it. So I think probably the next 2 days, she will put out something, that she approved from our suggestion or not. It's really, she has a business responsibility. So, but we do forward some business that we like to open, and this PCO 1, is really still a decision to make, but doing this PCO 1, we can open some business safely. So
Right,
we're going to
yeah.
suggest that to the governor.
So is one of the we're just hearing that the businesses that are asking to be remote. I know some of the suggestions being made. These businesses would reinforce obviously wearing the mask, social distancing with mandatory temperature checks. Also hearing occupancy. Doc, what are you guys thinking if we reopen? Some of these businesses. What would the occupancy be? Because we have to make sure that there's enough room in there for people to be 6 feet apart, right?
Yeah, I tell you, a lot of business on prepare themselves and to make sure that the customer is safe. Okay, so we realize that. The occupancy, it's going to vary from anywhere from 25 to 50%. And again, the governor will have to decide. We know certain business will not do well if they less than 50%. So we realize that we hear their voice, we hear the concern. So we try to make the best decision. I mean, everybody, you have over 30 people there trying to make a decision last night, and it's not a short meeting, but we hope to come up with something that is safe for us to come forward. It's not a single person decision. It's
Right.
Everybody. I mean, everyone from public health there, all the PACs, the hospital, both of them, GMH, GRMC. So everyone's there. As I say, we make decision based on a lot of voice, and everyone have to agree before this thing move forward. So I'll be the next 2 days. I think she will release that list for you. But we like to open the business up a little bit, just so people can go forward and there's some normalcy to the last 6 weeks or so.
Right.
Okay.
And so how much are these outside, Doc, how much are these like these quarantine lawsuits? Now we have a lawsuit in the federal court, brought by business owners. So how much are these outside circumstances affecting the decisions, which, I mean, we've been told are supposed to be based on where we are with the virus?
Yeah, when business can this we live in a free country. Business can sue, and I'm not quite sure it's going to stand in court, except that the case for the quarantine. But no, she have to make sure that Guam is safe for everyone, and that's I think that's a tough decision she makes. So that that lawsuit for business there, I'm not quite sure it's going to stand or not. But for the quarantine factor, what we did last night, and the governor really blessed on this one, is that she gave a thumbs up on the decision making for the quarantine factor on the hardship and the exemption. We're going to put a physician on that panel to make decision, to help make decision. So I think that it is much better if we have a physician on board that can help the quarantine team make a better decision on what best to do with the passenger who apply for the hardship or for exemption based on medical reason to go home early or to testing out early. So I think that going forward, it'd be a better, and hopefully we won't hear anything in court regarding that. Some people think that the decision make in the quarantine is so harsh. It's very harsh. You interview the last person there on the radio in Hawaii. It's the same. Decision have to be made, but hopefully put a physician on board on decision making on exemption to go forward be much better, and we won't hear those cases anymore.
Right. Doc, we've been doing this for 6 months, so who has been making the decision then on these exemptions? The janitor?
I think
What?
basically the quarantine team make decision. As a physician, we have guideline our practice, but we tend to look at not at just a guideline, but to look at the person and everything as a whole. And we treat the patient in many ways. It's not just because the book say this that we treat the patient by the book, So we have to look at everything, all the detail and everything around it to make decision for the patient. So hopefully in the quarantine request about hardship and exemption, that we use the same logic. You gotta look at the person and everything around them and make a decision rather than just follow the guideline directly. And that's the missing link. And then we have a physician on board just to help make decision.
So, Doc, you're basically saying that the way decisions were being made as far as who gets out of quarantine when they come to the island, it wasn't being made in the most prudent manner? Are you concerned that people with connections were getting to slide?
No, a lot of people make decisions black and white. You either have the guideline to follow or not the guideline to follow. I mean, that's what most people do and like to make decisions based on black and white. But physician-wise, we think differently. So we're not based on the guidelines strictly. So I didn't say that they are wrong what they do. They follow the guideline. And sometimes when you follow the guideline too strict, it can hurt other people. So we're gonna try to work in a different approach. Just like if you're gonna test the children in the Q factor, we're gonna ask the parent for consent to be tested. So if the parents does not consent to be tested, then we will involve the physician in discussion with the patient. With the parents that, hey, your child needs to be tested for a certain reason. And again, we like to have the parents make decision along with us in testing the children rather than just say you had to be tested. So those things, it makes it so it's a two-way street rather than just don't give the parent no choice that your kid had to be tested.
Yeah. Man, Doc, I just got to go back to these exemptions because the one example that I keep thinking about is the one that Marcel Camacho. Yeah, Marcel Camacho. I mean, come on, dude. I've got the pictures of his alleged farm. I've communicated with him. He told me that he was hoping to farm on 18 acres. So to me, how are you an essential farmer if you're only hoping to farm? Because they made it seem like this guy is feeding the poor out here, handing out godlight to the people of Guam when that's not even the case. So it's clearly, I mean, clearly that is the one glaring example of somebody who, I mean, maybe he threw his weight around. I'm a former senator or whatever, and they just got scared. Or maybe it's because he's a Camacho. They're like, oh my God, he's a Camacho. He's, you know, I don't know, but it's just a bunch of nonsense when he gets off, and then people who are coming here to bury their parents are still locked up.
Yes, I totally agree. The home pack agree with you. I think that's a huge mistake, and that hole has been filled. And then I know the governor is not happy with that decision, but you know, that hole been filled, and she closed that loops. There's no more. The only essential people that can go through is the medical people, the doctor, nurse, and the tech, and what else? The flight crew, but no more exemption. No, that she closed the loop on everybody, because you know it doesn't make sense on that one. I tell you, we got a lot of flack on that one, and it's a mistake, and it's not gonna happen. You know, so we reviewed the list of all the exemption in the first 150 something exemption, and they all make sense except one person. So yes, it's I tell you, it's a mistake. It's a mistake, and we can't go around saying anything else except it's a mistake. Yeah, so it's not going to happen again. But going forward, though, the exemption for hardship and medical exemption will be decision making by team, including a physician. We're going to rotate the physician from the physician advisory group, and it's working. We're going to ask the physician and community to get involved, especially a pediatrician in the community, just because, you know, a lot of decision making on testing the child or not it should be made by the consent with the parents, with decision from their physician. So if the pediatrician and community agree to participate, if you have a child coming home and you identify, you know, the pediatrician and community, then we should be able to call them and say, can you talk to the parents and get a consent for it to be tested. So that's something that will most definitely help, because now you know, people won't complain that they don't have a decision making on their quarantine. But and we like to get people home, guys. I mean, we really want this thing to happen this week. So I think that it will happen this week. I keep my finger crossed.
Okay.
Well, if people keep suing, it's going to happen really fast. So.
Yeah. So, you know, and it's based on education. Again, that little graph that I sent to you a few weeks ago.
Right.
That, you know, that's the science. That's that we follow. There's no argument about that science. Every website, every speaker talk about that graph, and that's what we follow. So when people come up and say there's no science to it, yes,
Right.
they are.
Yeah.
You know,
and Doc, you're talking about the
graph.
testing window. You're talking about why you test at 7 days, right?
Yeah.
Which is basically because.
I mean, you know, that graph is self-explanatory. You know, I mean, everyone don't have to be medical people to look at it, and that's something that I think that's day one. We should teach people in the community that graph, because if people want to know why they get test negative and before they arrive and they can go home, if they truly understand that graph, they say, hey, there's a reason there why people are cautious about it. You know, you do not want to bring anything back to your family, because potentially, you know, you might have something. And they catch 5 positive quarantine yesterday. That's for those 5 to be in the community, you're going to have a lot of problem, you know, tracing those people. So it helped.
Wait, did you say they caught 5 positives in quarantine yesterday?
Yeah, that's what the JIC report yesterday. 5 in the quarantine.
Okay.
So that's 5. Can be a lot. Just imagine you have one person come home positive, and you have a family of 5 or 6, and they all go to work. Or that spread really fast. So it helped to have them in a quarantine facility to do that.
If they test positive in the quarantine facility, they move to the government isolation facility, or are they allowed to go home and isolate?
No. If they test positive, they will be moved to isolation. You cannot go home from the Q factor if you test positive. And you have to isolate just like for 10 days, just like outside. If we test someone positive in the clinic, technically they're supposed to be contact with public health isolation team. They go inspect the house, make sure that the house is adequate for them to isolate at home. If not, they will have a choice to go to isolation facility, which you understand those isolation facilities full. A lot of people in the community opt to go to the hotel to isolate themselves against so that way they won't spread to the family. So those facilities are full. So they do give them a choice. If your house is not adequate, or if you feel uncomfortable at home, you go to isolation facility, and that's strictly volunteer.
Right, but if you are in a government quarantine facility and you test positive, you do not have a choice.
Yeah, you have to go to isolation. Yeah, because you cannot send you home.
Okay.
That's something that that's the best choice to prevent the spreading of the virus, Sabrina. So, because you have to go to isolation for 10 days. Okay.
I wanted to follow up. You said the governor, she participated in the PAG meeting last night. Did you sit in?
The governor is not there last night. She tasked us together with everybody. Like I say, there's a lot of people last night. Everyone in the chain is there. So no one is exempt last night. So the quarantine team, the isolation team, the tracing team, the director of public health, and everyone, the PAC, the GMA, GRMC is
What
there.
about
So
the
everyone's
Adaloop
there.
team? Anybody from the Adaloop participate, listen in?
I think the Adaloop team was there too.
Was there any indication
Ricky,
about the governor possibly extending this PCOR 1 or stay-home order past Friday?
Last night we have those 3 sub-items, and I tell you, we spent so much time battered to make sure everyone's voice, is out last night to make sure that we have unanimous decision. So we didn't talk about moving out PCOR 1 to PCOR 2. We present morning, and I'm sure she will act for that one. We have a rough draft how to move forward.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. So we could possibly look at staying in PCOR 1 past Friday and stay home order?
No, we've started only at 9.
Maria, could you please mute your audio?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that, Dr. Hoa?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Sabrina. I mean, we have a rough draft that passed out last night, and I haven't tell you it's late last night, so I haven't looked at it yet. But we all want to look at this morning and see what the rough draft decide. Okay, so I'm sure she will ask this morning, and so we have to meet sometime this week before Friday.
Oh, yeah, you guys are meeting on Thursday. That's right. You guys are still meeting on Thursday.
Yeah. The main thing last night, we wanted to hammer that thing, the quarantine, the decision making for exemption, and the business. And we hammered those 3 out. And it's just a lot.
Right. But you
Last
can't
night.
give us any indication like what industries or you are looking in terms of businesses we could see reopened on a
Yeah,
limited capacity?
because I don't want the industry to get their hope up so high because the decision, the final authority is the governor. So I don't want to say something and then business
So you're
start
gonna get in
to
trouble.
get on.
Okay. Well, I mean, a lot of businesses already lost hope. So.
Yeah. So, but I can tell you that her goal is open some business up. As
Okay.
absolutely, I can tell you that.
Right.
And the PAC goal is open business up. So everyone have the same goal. So
Who's paying attention to the virus though? If everyone's talking about opening?
We are. When we open a certain business group, again, we look at the data. We make sure that there's nothing that's basically a cluster or breakout from that business from the last peak quarter 2 and peak quarter 3. So those decisions is not made because I like to open something based on what we have in the past.
So you have data on this. I think Mary Rhodes was the one who was talking about it earlier this week. The need for more information from public health in terms of data clusters. Do you guys have that information?
Yes.
Public health provides that information because she was saying that this kind of information is critical so the decisions are consistent in terms of what's the government. Go ahead.
We know what business have positive in the past, and what they did wrong. So basically, we those decisions make based on those, So and again, moving forward, just like you, we will ask public health to release more data to share with other people, so that way, people is not think that we make decision without any evidence. So the JIC, I think they're going to change the way they report things. That's what I heard. So let's see how they report it. And again, we will get input from the public and try to change the way they put the data out there every day, so it makes more sense for people. And people, number one question is how come you don't release the name of the business? And I tell you, that's just a hard decision. I'm not a lawyer, so the business have to step up and release them themselves if I'm the business. But again, hopefully by this Friday, we can have some return to some new norm, and we go forward from there. If it look good and the numbers continue to go down, we move further and open more business as the number go down, and it should go down slowly, but it should go.
So just to recap, so by Friday, we're hoping that we're going to see this early test out in quarantine, the 7-day test out. You get tested on day 6. Travelers shouldn't be having to bear the cost for that. Also Friday, we're looking at the possibility of more businesses reopening. And in terms of the extension of PCOR 1 and stay home order, we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yes.
All right.
Again, be safe, and again, everyone in the public, make sure you wear your mask. And if you're sick, please stay home. I think as we go further along with this one, people get tired, so even they sick, they go to work, and that's put in the jam. So if you're sick or you have cough and cold, please stay home. We like to get the number down a lot better than we have right now. Okay.
And the other thing was we're going to put a doctor on this public health team that makes decisions on who gets exempt and no farmers anymore.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we got to put a physician there.
All right, thanks, Doc.
Okay.
We'll talk to you Thursday.
You're
I mean,
welcome, guys.
Friday.
Have a good-
Okay, thanks.
Okay, bye-bye.
Wash your hands, Doc. 7:44. Let's what was happening in that meeting last night, Bree?
I don't don't know, but we need to get in on this Zoom.
Yeah, anybody who's on the PAG, no names, just send us the link. We'll just lurk in the background.
I'm just kind of confused. Like, how come there was no doctor on this exemption deciding team or quarantine team? Or
I don't know.
That's interesting.
It is pretty interesting. Boy, he just called out Marcel Camacho hardcore on that. Wow. 745, the link of the Breeze 93.9. So yeah, they're going to be tightening up exemptions. As we are hearing from everybody that there are going to be more businesses opening by the end of this week, whether or not we move from PCOR 1 to PCOR Fun or PCOR 2 or whatever it's going to be. At 7:45, let's go back to the KUAM News Zoom room, as there is currently, as we speak, a general election going on. Right, Miss Maria?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Bananas of Zeus.
Bananas to Zeus. So this morning at 9 o'clock, we will be open for in-office absentee voting. Please make an appointment. I just saw a blue flyer that's not very accurate, so I will correct it. In the meantime, make a call 477-9791 to make an appointment. We will be open Monday through Friday from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock here at the Guam Election Commission. And I did make a mistake yesterday, I have to admit. At the satellite locations, we will be open from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock at the satellite locations. No appointments necessary there. We will be doing in the office, and curbside as well. We're trying to entice people to go down to Molesu on Saturday, September 26th, so that you can drive down there to register and to vote. Saturday, September 26th, from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock at Maritza Martyr School up on the hill.
Right. Do you have to be from Molesu to vote in Molesu?
No, you can be from Jigu, or if you're from Ipan Talafofu, you can still drive down to Molesu and vote.
It's a nice drive.
Yes, and we're hoping that we have a general election party there. I haven't gotten any confirmation yet.
Wait, did you say general election party? What'd you say?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
General election party?
We're hoping to get food trucks.
What?
Positioned at the mayor's office. Yes, free. Drive down to Molesu and vote.
I might do that. I might.
Yes.
We'll see what happens with the
And
PCOR 1 or PCOR Fun.
Yes, and hopefully we'll get at least a couple of food trucks down there, just in case we have people waiting, and you can enjoy a meal down there as well.
Well, that's going to be tough because usually I feel sick to my stomach after I vote. But... Hey! No, that's a good idea. So you're turning it into an event, right, Miss Maria? That's the thinking?
We're hoping. We want to attract the young voters.
Ah. Right on. Well, you're talking to one.
There's
You're
a lot
talking
of
to one
things
right here.
in Maritzo you can take pictures for the gram. Or
You could go to preschools. You could go to the pier. The mayor, it's like, it looks like Alcatraz now, Cocos Island, because the pier is all blocked off. But they have pickled stuff down in Molesu, guys. If you want to go down, you check them out. That's interesting, Miss Maria. So that's 9 to 4, right?
That's correct.
Up in Pigua at the Molesu Elementary School.
Mm-hmm.
And then
bring your driver's license, right? You make sure everybody brings a pen, wear your mask. Because it's a long drive to forget something if you're coming from the north.
That's it. That's all of it.
blue and black pen,
Wear
right?
your mask. Oh, and drive carefully to Molesu.
There you go.
You have no choice. It's one lane. So, Miss Maria, this is not a party, though, right? Because I don't want to use the word party during PCOR 1.
No, it's not a party. We will be, I apologize. We will be putting on our, we will be wearing masks. We will be sanitizing the voting booths. The food trucks will, of course, practice social distancing as well.
Right.
And at the curbside, the public health had advised us that when we service our voters at curbside, we need to ask them to turn off their air conditioners only when we're serving them. When you're waiting, you can keep your aircon on, keep your car on. As soon as the GEC staff approach the car, please turn off your air conditioners.
Right. You know, I mean, just think about what Grandma used to say when we were young. Are you trying to aircon the whole island?
Maria,
No, we're not.
Maria, are you accepting expired driver's licenses?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, we are. Expired driver's licenses are okay. Just so long, and the word in the law is validly issued. So it was valid when it was issued.
Right on.
All righty.
Okay, so just to run it through again, Miss Maria, at GEC, we can go in the in-office voting. You're also doing the curbside, and then we're taking the show on the road all the way to Molesso on Saturday, Pigua Elementary School. If you don't know where it is, shame on you. You just take a right before the church. You go up the nice hill. Okay, all your passengers are going to look back. It's a beautiful view. One of the most beautiful vistas in all of Guam. As you know, I'm a little biased, though, as a southern guy. But, really, south is where it's at. So that's 9 to 4. You might have some food trucks, but don't call it a party. It's not a party.
Thank you. I thank you so much.
No, I'm not
It's
saying that to you, Miss Maria. I wouldn't address you in that tone. I'm just saying it to the people out here.
Altilik is here,
Right.
Maria.
No,
He-
so you're basically-
he gives you a hard time.
People-
Don't worry.
People are going to drive from Jigo to come vote in Molesso, and they're going to be hungry. So all you're trying to do is give them the opportunity to eat. You nourish your spirit with the democratic vote of this democracy, and then you nourish your body afterwards.
Yes. And also we want to make it known that when you call 477-9791, in most cases we have same day appointments for Monday through Friday. So give us a call. We want to be able to service each and every voter. You can register and vote at the same time up until October 23rd.
Okay, thanks a lot, Maria.
Do you know which food trucks are going to be there on Saturday?
No, and I have to say I haven't gotten any confirmation yet, but hopefully, I'll let Bree and Chris know when they confirm and who will be there.
Right on.
Yeah, because Chris has some favorites, and he's really,
Yeah.
the
No,
food
I'm
is a draw for him.
I'm just trying to decide if I need to make Denancy this weekend.
Okay. And if any of the food truck owners are interested, please call 477-9791.
Right.
Call us, make an appointment to vote, or vote in Molesso while you're operating your food truck.
There you go. All right. So it's Saturday, guys. If you want to do it 9 to 4, of course, you Northerners might have to leave on Thursday to get there in time. Thank you, Miss Maria. Okay. That's that. Okay.
One of our coworkers actually went and voted over the weekend, and
Right.
actually he said it was really smooth. It was quick. Got in, got out. Then when he came out, he made it just in time because the line was pretty long.
Long, yeah. And that was our buddy Carlito, who just got his dual citizenship. So this was the first election that he was able to vote in as as American citizen.
He's asleep right now, so we can continue talking about
Right,
him.
yeah. He's American. He's half American citizen, half Palau citizen.
Okay, we do want to get everybody up to speed on the earlier interview we had with our friend
Right.
Monica Broussard. Thank you guys, first of all, so much. Chat room participants, you guys jumped right on it. We knew you guys would. You guys are completely awesome. And
yeah, Matt gave us the number. Thanks, Matt.
yeah, and then we were passing this message along almost in real time. Matt's found the number. We passed that along to her, and I know we got a video. We got that right, Joe? And when we went to commercial break, because Bree was hustling, Chris was hustling, I was doing the WhatsApp thing with Monica over in Hawaii. She's on quarantine, and Bree was actually able to get through that. So we can roll that clip right now and actually show you how we were able to help one of our family members, a fellow Guamanian who is in quarantine right now in the
Hawaii.
Aloha State. Yeah.
She was medevac with her daughter. Her daughter needed surgery in Hawaii, and so they medevaced out. And she was stuck in quarantine. She wasn't able to get an exemption from Hawaii. And, you know, prior to her leaving and while she was there, she was trying to reach the Guam Medical Referral Office. But the number that she was provided by Naval Hospital was disconnected. And so she kept trying and she just couldn't get through and couldn't get help that from the office. And so when we did the story, people, our viewers, put in a phone number for...
Yeah, we passed them the information along, but you guys were completely on top of your game. Thank you so much and everything. You guys made this happen.
All right, let's play a video.
All right.
You got to play it here because I don't have it.
An interview with a woman who had been trying to reach the... An interview with a woman who had been trying to reach the Guam Medical Referral Office in Hawaii. And I guess the number that's posted on the website, it's disconnected. So this is the number she would need to call in order to get help?
Yes, yes.
Who am I?
You can call me up and
Who am I speaking with?
this is Paul.
Paul. What's your last name, Paul?
Elgin.
Elgin? Okay. All right, Paul. So I'll send her your way.
Yes, have her call me. Yes. Usually, they would first initially sign up with the Guam office at the Adelup office or the Fisher office.
Okay.
Then from there, they would send me the documents. But she could call me, and I could direct her to the Guam numbers.
Okay, so she can't. Okay. Well, thank you, Paul. I'll have her call.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, you're welcome, Sabrina.
Okay. Take care. Bye.
And what number did
Provided in the comments of our Facebook stream, and I reached out and called that number, and Paul again answered, and he said that, you know, I guess the process, you called the Adelup number, you called Fisher's office. I think he runs the medical referral office. I'm not sure.
And Paul was very, very helpful. I mean, he wasn't standoffish. Or
Oh,
he wasn't
no,
like,
yeah.
what do you got? You know, KUM's calling you and everything. He was very, very attentive.
Well, yeah, it's his job.
Yeah, very, very helpful. But for those of you who are wondering about that, Matt Sablon actually put the number in earlier. That number, in case you need it right now, is 1-808. It's a Hawaii number. 1-808-228-0242. We're going to put that in again.
Yeah, you know, obviously the problem here is that they're not promoting or publicizing the contacts or the process for the Guam Medical Referral Office, which is a little troubling to me because they definitely prioritized putting out all those graphics bashing on the senators about the budget. I mean, how much time and effort did that take? And you can't make a graphic that says, hey, you numbskulls, if you need to go off island, here's how you do it. Yeah.
But, you know, that's the power of our community, and, you know, this show is an extension of that. We provided like a conduit where people can reach out to help, and you guys did. You know, you guys were touched by Monica's story. She said everything that she's going through, she doesn't want to use this as a catalyst for getting mad at people. She said she is going to devote her time to actually making sure others don't go through this as soon as she's done with it. And she goes, she's documenting everything, and you guys stepped up, and congratulations to you. You guys made that happen.
Thank you.
Great
We put the do it in conduit.
And I think we probably should give that number to Naval Hospital,
Yeah.
just in case.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. How does this fall through the cracks? How does this whole thing? And then, you know, we ask Adelup and they're like, oh, what would you like to know? Well, I'd like to know how come No one knows how to get a hold of the medical referral office. It's 7:59 to our viewers on KUAM TV. Thank you guys so much. Hi. Okay, bye. Jump over to our KUAM News Facebook Live feed. We're going to be looking at news in just a few minutes, and then we have Education Superintendent John Fernandez with our standing Wednesday appointment right here. On the link, it's The Breeze. We're KUAM-FM in Agotnia, Guam. 93.9, good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
Your life moves quickly, so you need a card that keeps up with you. Tap and go with our contactless debit cards. Just open a checking account at First Hawaiian Bank.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can spread by people who are not showing symptoms or are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread transmission, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when in public. Everyone must wear a cloth face covering when they leave home and have it visible at all times and put it on when others are nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking health care, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 and have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
We have the power to improve the schools our kids learn in, the roads we drive on, the healthcare we receive, and the opportunities for more jobs. By responding to the 2020 census of Guam, we can uplift future generations by providing them with the resources they need to grow as a community. Together, we can make a difference. Respond today.
Living through a pandemic has left many of us feeling frustrated and tired, but there is a way forward, and it could be as simple as downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Join us on Saturday, September 26th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. for our Download-a-thon special on TVA, PBS Guam, and the KUAM News Facebook page. Learn from the experts as they debunk the myths and raise awareness while you enjoy musical performances and giveaways. The 2-hour Download-a-thon special is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, PBS Guam, and KUAM Communications.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Had to let that one rock out a little bit. Easy jams from Live Local Fridays. Sid Hogg Without You. Good morning. 8:09 coming up. GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez. We also have the Chief of the Guam Police Department, Chief Steve Ignacio, Lillian Posadas with our hospital update, and then we'll catch up with attorneys Tom Fisher and Rachel Dizu, who filed a suit in the district court on behalf of some businesses. And then we'll talk with some businesses coming up here. We got Chuby from Boca Box, Roman from Fuckeye, and Steve Roberto from Purebred to kind of talk about how their businesses, which have all been affected by the COVID. And then 9:30, Department of Ag coming on to talk about grants that they have, how you could get some of that money. It's 8:09. We'll go to the KUAM News Zoom room. Standing by, he is the administrator for the Office of Civil Defense, Charles Estevez. Good morning, Charles.
Hey, good morning, Chris and Bree.
Hi, how are you?
All good.
Right on. We'll just get right into it. So my boy messaged me last night, Dad, are the Chinese going to bomb us? Freaking China with the anger emoji. And, you know, I mean, it's a little
true, though.
anecdotal, right? But I think it's real, right?
Wait, which boy?
Channing.
Okay, yeah. That's
Yeah.
my boy, too. Channing is what, 10, 11?
Yeah, pretty much same age. So kids are thinking about it. Obviously, parents are talking about it. You know, not really expecting to wake up to a, you know, Chinese video of them doing a simulation bombing Guam. How did that set you guys off yesterday? Charles, can you tell us what was the reaction from Civil Defense, Homeland Security, and the Marianas Fusion Center?
Yeah, so, you know, we've had a lot of inquiries. Every time we get something from, you know, either Korea or China or any of the you know, state actors over there to our northwest, you know, first we always want to make sure that we get with you know, our Department of Defense partners and find out if the threat is credible. And you know, there's been no release from the Department of Defense, nothing to increase the threat posture to the island. So that's first. Second, it's just letting people understand our role. So our role a lot is consequence management. And so if something were to happen, you know, what are the actions that we would take should, you know, for example, a ballistic missile impact the island. And we do have the plans in place. We've had the plans in place for quite some time because, you know, the threat that happened it's happened several times, right? So, you know, we just want to give that assurance that we do have procedures in place should something happen. And we have exercised this before multiple times.
Do you need to get that? Is that DOD calling?
No, that was my phone. Sorry about that.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, Chuck. So, I mean, what is the plan in the event that China launches a missile? When would we hear about it, and how would we be alerted, and what do we do? And am I safe in EPEN?
Yeah. So there's. So there's actual multiple notifications that would happen. The governor and lieutenant governor will be notified from more than likely someone from Indo-PACOM. The HSA, General Aggie would be notified. I'll be notified also by someone from Indo-PACOM. FEMA would give us notification as well. And then from there, we would activate the all hazards alert warning system. There's a number of components for that. We're actually in the process of expanding our all hazards alert warning system with beacons. And so all our partners in the government and to include some private sector partners, we're going to install these emergency beacons. We'll be reaching out to our partners in media as well. And so what these beacons do is there will be a panic button basically installed in the emergency operations center. One hit of the panic button and it sends out basically a canned message to these beacons, basically telling you know, what the threat is and what the recommended actions are.
How long does it take a missile from China to reach Guam? Is that classified?
So I'm not sure the exact time it'll take, but for planning purposes, we always estimate 14 minutes. That from the time we receive notification of a actual threat, we have 14 minutes basically to inform the public and for the public to take action.
Let me ask you.
This is kind of like the emergency like alert system, like what you see on TV, what you hear on the radio, right?
So this is correct. So this is the emergency alert system. This is also the sirens that we have stationed throughout the island. So it's really it'll be really difficult to reach everyone on the island, but those who do receive the message, whether that's through the All Hazards Alert Warning System or that's through our partners in media, basically telling everyone to seek immediate shelter. The action would be to find a hardened shelter. We get a lot of questions, what about bunkers? What about underground facilities that they can hide in? I can tell, I've been telling people that all you have to do is find a hardened shelter. Those who are in the immediate vicinity of the area, that's where we expect to have the most casualties. But those outside of the actual point of impact can at least protect themselves from the effects of radiation and some of the other secondary effects.
Charles, so the missile, right, that HK missile that they featured in the simulation, is that I have no clue. Is it nuclear? And then what's like the radius, the bomb blast, if they were to hit that target in Anderson?
Yeah, so that information we don't know, but a lot of the consequences, should something happen, is one, it really depends on where in the island it strikes, and two is the actual where the fallout and the debris. So where is the wind taking that?
I think on
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, I think on Civil Defense's website you guys have like tips on what to do. Like I think it's like taping your windows and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have those tips available, and they're available in multiple languages as well, because it's at the time, we want to make sure we cater to our tourist population as well.
Right. So how serious, Chuck?
Well, we haven't received any notification of any escalation of threats in the island. The biggest threat continues to remain COVID-19.
Right. Yeah.
So everybody just, don't worry, just be aware, and if anything should arise,
you got 14 minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
KUAM, by the way, is one of the primaries for the emergency
Yeah,
broadcast system, so that's all the more reason why you should stay tuned.
Right. Exactly.
And we do ask that people please continue to stock up on supplies. It's not when we put out these messages to stock up on 3 to 5 days of supplies, such as water, canned goods, batteries, candles. It's not just for the typhoons, but it's for any sort of threat. That's why we take all hazards, all threats approach to emergency management,
right,
and emergency preparedness. But the lot of times, when people decide to prepare for an emergency, it's really based on their perception of the threat. And so, if they weigh the risk and the potential outcome, or the likelihood of the event to be low, then they probably won't prepare for the actual event. I mean, if for those who have experienced a typhoon, and for those who've experienced a catastrophic typhoon like Pongsunghwa, Paka, for those who lived through Pamela and Karen, you're going to be more prepared for when a typhoon comes, whether it's potentially a banana storm or a large storm. In the same tokens, others may not prepare, because they may look at a banana storm and say, you know what, I've survived Paka and Pongsunghwa, so I don't think, I'm not worried about this smaller event. And so, it's really a having the preparedness mindset that we're really trying to push. Right. That although the likelihood may be very unlikely, if it does happen, the impact and the effects could be devastating. So, that's why we're continuing to push, and we continue to message and to reach as many people as we can throughout the island to please stock up on those necessary supplies.
Very important. And let me tell you, nothing hits better than when you're looking at destroyed houses and whatever, and grandpa, grandma, and uncles and aunties did all the preparations that they needed to do. And so you're sitting there with no power, but you have your batteries, you have your candles, you got your canned goods. Take it from some people who have been through some storms, because, man, Chuck, it's been a while since we had a major storm, and I feel like there's a whole generation of people who have no concept of what it's like in a Uri, an Omar. I mean, dude, thank God. Thank God.
Pong Son
A
Hua.
Pong Son Hua, right? A Paka.
Yeah, they've never experienced the months without power, the weeks or months without water. And those aren't easy times, and those are the events, those catastrophic events that we really want to push preparedness more than most. Right. And the thing is, COVID-19 it's a huge disaster, and it's not like we didn't know that a pandemic would eventually happen, at a global level. I mean, if that were the case, then we wouldn't have done pandemic planning in 2008. We wouldn't have prepared, and at the time, it's, you look at the other threats, H1N1. And we have the historical data. Yeah. Right. There's, we had the Spanish influenza, right, in the 1900s, and that was, the estimated loss of life was in the millions, and they had second and third waves, and so it's a lot of times, the measures taken, it may seem extreme, but it's for those who deem it necessary, and then for the protection of the people. These are the decisions that they make. And our entire way of life is changed, and all our threats now are compounded by the additional threat of COVID-19.
Right.
And so it's crazy, because you think of some of the services and then the goods you had in the old world, right? Like what's the name of that thing where people used to go and they used to sit in this dark room and there's this huge screen and you get popcorn.
That's a movie theater. That's pre-COVID. Yeah, pre-COVID.
I mean, if you think of stuff like that in the old world, right, it's not going to be easy for us to get supplies, moving forward, should we have a, knock on wood, a catastrophic typhoon, right? I mean, you think about it, when people go into a congregate shelter, they're going to have to be socially distanced. They're going to have to get their temperature checked.
Well, I didn't even think of that.
We're gonna need additional healthcare personnel to screen them prior to coming in. Before, it was open the doors, come in, right, find a cot or a place, and you'll be okay. God. But those are some of the considerations that we have to now take in. We have to now account for, and we have to plan for, given our most likely threat, right, and is a actual typhoon or heavy wind event.
Right. Thanks for that, Charles. Now I'm thinking, in the event of a Chinese missile strike and we all run for our lives, I got to go back and get my mask and my hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
Oh, get Daddy's Clorox wipes. Johnny, grab the Lysol. But do it from 6 feet apart, guys. Charles.
Thanks, Charles.
But if you look at the what happened when COVID first happened, you had people rushing to get water, toilet paper, and
right.
So.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Charles. Hey, we'll get you back on about the quarantine. Maybe in a few days or next week we catch up on that.
Yeah, no worries, and I apologize for the lateness. We have a new project over at GMH with the Army Corps of Engineers, so next time I'm on, we can talk about that project as well.
All right.
Actually,
what?
You have
This is a new project?
You have Lillian coming on, so I'm pretty sure she can talk about the work that we're doing with the Army Corps of Engineers to fix upgrade and expand the electrical over at GMH.
Got it. All
Got
right.
it. Okay. Thanks, Charles.
Right. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
That's
Y'all be
okay.
safe.
There you go. Be safe. 824. Let's keep it going in the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Education Superintendent John Fernandez standing by. Good morning, John.
Off a day. Hi, Chris and Sabrina. Am I coming in okay?
You're coming in okay. Yes, you are. Relay.
Always have to do that at the beginning of every Zoom call these days.
Right. I mean, it's the new norm, Zoom. So thanks for joining us, John. I guess we'll just give you the floor as we always do to start. What's the update with the Department of Education? That's such a wide question.
Yeah, well, so I would just say that the priority this week has really been kind of shifting focus back to the budget that was, that basically got approved, vetoed, overridden, and so forth. And before we start the fiscal year, the board, has to come back and kind of give some guidance on the spending plan. Even though I have a pretty broad authority to transfer and make sure that things work throughout the year on a day-to-day basis. The board does have to approve a spending plan, and really just to highlight the priorities for the department and to understand the impacts of the budget so that we can communicate with our stakeholders. So the bottom line for this budget is that we are experiencing a $15.1 million cut from last year's budget. 2.5 of that is something that is an amount we're supposed to get back once GIDA refinances the JFK certificates of participation. So that should happen in October. But the remainder of that cut, which is going to be about $12.5 million, I briefed the board yesterday on some of the impacts and some of the steps we would need to take to try to adjust to that. And of course, since 2018, the FY 2018 budget, because of the federal tax cuts, we've already gone through a cut process, a very public and painful one, that brought us down about $14 million. So this additional $15 million cut, means a $30 million reduction over the past couple of years. So, I think the other, part of it is during COVID-19, there's a lot of uncertainties that we're having to deal with. Number one is we've got to continue operations, continue to carry out our mission of education, our frontline response during the midst of this pandemic, as well as with the budget cut, on top of that. But at the same time, the board's also asked whether we would achieve savings from the different ways in which we're going to be operating this year, most notably not having any students on campus, for several months. So we had a discussion yesterday, and I basically told them that, of the $15 million, there are definitely things that we can do to cut expenses. Things like, again, what we've done in the past, just freeze all hiring, especially at the central office, which we've done, and we've held those vacancies, vacant. But that'll alleviate some of the pressure on the schools by making sure that we prioritize school-based personnel. It's forced us to go back again to our vendors and start to renegotiate our contracts. Custodial, solid waste, and other essential contracts. And then, of course, we've tried to factor in savings that we might see on the utility side. Already, we anticipate that we can probably achieve a 15% reduction in utilities, given the fact that we are going to be operating the 3 models of learning, during the course of this school year. So, I told them that, but based on the list of options that we have, we can probably, close the gap by about $10 million. And that leaves us with about $4 million, $4 to $5 million that we still have to find a way to save. So we're still working on that. And obviously the board gives me some of that flexibility to make the decisions on that front. But of course, if there are difficult decisions that require the board's involvement and action, and also interaction with the community, we have to, let people know if there's going to be more difficult cuts that are coming. I think the only thing I would note as a big challenge is that I've informed the board that when we close schools, like we do, like we're doing now, where nobody's on campus except maybe the teachers and staff, that saves us an extra $1 million, a quarter. However, we don't want to make our decisions about schools and kids based only on the budgetary factor. So those are some of the policy issues about opening and reopening that the board will have to make eventually. Mm-hmm. But again, so that's the number one priority on Tomorrow at the board meeting, the board will be approving its spending plan and highlighting some of the challenges ahead that we can anticipate for the department. So that's on the budget. I think on the other side, again, you probably heard about the technology and the internet discussion. So this week, schools are pushing out the applications to students, to our secondary, our middle and high school students, to let the schools know if they need a laptop so they can move on to the online model of learning. And then hopefully over the next week, we can start the distribution of that equipment to our students and begin to expand the models of learning. So for those who've been asking and waiting and trying to, figuring out how can we get a laptop, the answer is your schools, you need to contact your school directly. They will be providing that application. Some have started already and some are preparing tomorrow on Friday to get those out. It's not a first come, first serve. It really is based on need, ensuring that you have the appropriate internet access at this point. When we think we have enough equipment to really take care of all the secondary school students. But again, it's not going to be first come, first serve. It's really going to be allocated based on what you provided as far as your information this summer in terms of your computer and internet access, and then just updating that information to make sure that you are in need of the equipment. And we're continuing to work with the governor's office on the internet solution. So I know that the lieutenant governor has been waiting for the approval from USDOE for the funding needed to support their use of education funds. And about $8.9 million of their funds is being dedicated to home internet access. And their intention is to subgrant that to GDOE and for us to procure internet access for the households. So, we've just started that process because it's not yet approved, but we intend to go through a procurement process to try to bridge the gap for those who need internet access in order for them to move online. So those are two things that I know the community has been very, very interested in addressing. So I'll stop there. And if there's any other, items that you want to discuss, I'm happy to, get more information.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on some of the things you were discussing regarding the $15.1 million cuts or the $12.5 million. You said that utilities, you're seeing a 15% reduction, but was that based on schools being closed and it's just online learning for the entire school year?
The 15% reduction in utilities anticipates that we will be able to operate fully with the three models of learning. So it does anticipate that we would have the rotating, the alternating schedules of kids on campus. So we didn't provide a more aggressive savings target because we assume that at some point students should be back on campus, and we wanted to ensure that we accounted for those costs. So 15% is really a conservative estimate. If we continue to be in PCOR 1 or PCOR 2 where we cannot open schools to the students, we anticipate the possibility of saving even more on the utility side, the power and the water consumption.
Mm-hmm. And so you said you still have to cut then the $4.5 million. So what are you kind of looking at? What's on your radar?
So I think part of what it is working through the first quarter to see how closely our estimates are tracking. So for instance, with utilities, we're looking at with a 15% reduction, that's a $2.6 million savings over the course of the year. So part of that will be to look and see if our estimates are tracking, through the months. And in that first quarter, it will be the real test to see, how cash is coming in, how we're paying our bills, and how those adjustments are being made to ensure that we're within our budget. There are, and then as we get to the end of the first quarter, which typically is the toughest quarter of the year in terms of cash flow, we'll be talking to the board about anything more serious or anything deeper that we need to go into to discuss, with our stakeholders, should it impact employees and families. I know that the board has considered going back to the legislature and governor with a supplemental budget request immediately following their approval of the spending plan. you know, in this at tomorrow's board meeting. And the supplemental request will identify these are the items that are unfunded. And if the governor and legislature would like to fund these, we would like you to identify any sources of revenue that might be available or become available, you know, later on this fiscal year. So I think the board is going to be able to identify the areas that are unfunded and go back to the legislature and governor and say, if there's any additional revenues or higher revenues that come in, please prioritize the DOE's activities.
Are you guys foreseeing the third party? I know there was some news about the third party fiduciary, right, situation where by January you guys are hoping to get off of this, and then that would bring in some savings to GDOE.
Yeah, there are a couple areas where we think that there might be room for additional savings that we have not put on the initial list of the $10 million in cuts. So let me just clarify that. Of the 15.1 million, 2.5 we expect to be reimbursed by GIDA. And of course, that really depends on getting that refinancing done and to hit that estimate of savings that they anticipate. And then 9 million on top of that is really coming from just basically, you know, withholding, stopping spending in certain areas, meaning renegotiating contracts and freezing hiring or delaying hiring and so forth. So that's another $9 million. There is I did put on the table $1 million of additional savings, assuming that we aren't going face-to-face through the end of December. And that's a really kind of major policy decision that's not yet made. But, I've told the board and I've spoken to Lieutenant Governor, my anticipation is that even though we went from PCOR 3 to PCOR 1 overnight, I don't expect that we're going to go from PCOR 1 to PCOR 3 overnight in the reverse direction. I'm assuming we're going to go into PCOR 2. There'll be an incremental opening of the community, and then PCOR 3, about a month from now or so at least, will be the time where we would be, authorized to open. And I think from the board's preliminary discussions with me is that if we're into mid-November, by the time we're authorized to open face-to-face, then it may not make sense to open for a couple of weeks and then close back down for Christmas break. We might want to go ahead and look at January as the start of any face-to-face instruction at school. So in that case, that would help us on the budget side through the end of this calendar year. So that will leave us again $4 to $5 million. But you're right that we are in the process of renegotiating the third-party contract. We do have to have that contract in place, but we do think there's room for some savings. So we're not yet, adding that to the list until we solidify that negotiation. We have accreditation, a very heavy accreditation schedule, which I think we've set aside $300,000 as an estimated budget need for the accreditation visits. But because we just had a conversation with WASC yesterday, and it looks like they're going to be doing virtual visits or postponing visits for the coming year. So that again will give us additional savings. So there are areas that we're still working on that we still think due to the pandemic situation, we might be able to push spending into the following year or postpone, this kind of spending. And hopefully in the next budget year, next school year, things will be better. But again, there are some critical policy decisions that'll make it an interesting, dialogue with the board. One is, when and how we reopen schools, because that is a budgetary impact. And we know that if we're going to reopen schools, we have to anticipate less of an ability to save. We're serving meals right now, and right now it's only breakfast, but we anticipate ramping it up to lunch and so forth when the food supply comes in. But we're not technically by federal rule required to serve those meals. And every meal that we served, even though we get federal reimbursement, there is a local subsidy attached to it. About $5.1 million in our budget is set aside to subsidize our meal distribution. So we don't want to get to a point where we have to compromise our ability to serve meals to students. We're doing so. We've chose the option to do so. But I certainly don't want to get to a point where we can't afford that because of the budget cuts. But again, these are things that are on the table for future decision making should the budget not be sufficient to operate.
Wow, that's a pretty big decision you'd have to make if GDOE decides that they're going to have to cut meals.
Yeah, and the other piece that maybe not as important as the meals and the utilities for having face-to-face students back, but interscholastics as a line item was taken out of the budget this year, and I think the board's going to say, well, if you didn't fund interscholastics, and you've cut the budget, $15 million, we're going to go back to the governor and legislature to let them know that, even though we're not authorized to do it, if we are authorized later in the year, we'll need the funding to be added back. So that'll be another, I'm sure, debate that will be discussed with them.
Hey, John, Jason here. Real quick, we had a comment from Bev in our chat room right now. And speaking of things that may or may not be cut or at least substantially modified, she was asking something that we were talking about internally just the other day, in fact, is she was saying what becomes of service learning, because that's now become such a fundamental component of the curriculum for public school students.
So last year we addressed service learning with the legislature because it's a requirement in law for service learning, and so they did pass a bill to waive the requirement for the graduates. We went back to that law, and we were working with the vice chair of the Education Committee, Senator Shelton, to clarify that because she was getting a lot of questions. The language in that exemption basically exempted any of the students enrolled in high school during that, the time of the passage of that bill. So if you are a freshman last year, that service learning requirement technically will not be utilized to prevent you from graduating. So for all of those students out there, especially our seniors, the service learning requirements, even though we would like you to continue to have opportunities to improve the community, the service learning requirements are not going to be mandatory for graduation purposes. And so they don't need to worry about that at the same time that they're trying to stay home and stay out from public places and so forth. So no service learning requirements for the graduates and for those actually in the next 2 years of graduating classes.
John, I just wanted to ask, when you talk about the cuts, right? So we had immediately after the override of the budget bill, we saw a press release out of Adelube with public health saying, oh, we're going to furlough 80 people. And then we spoke with Lieutenant Governor Josh Denora yesterday, and he was basically like, it's not going to happen, right? That's kind of what he said. So when you talk about the cuts facing your department, how real is it? Because we've seen this, and I'm not accusing you of posturing or anything, but we've seen it, we just saw it a couple weeks ago where it's like, oh, we got that budget, we got to fire people. So, I mean, these are very real decisions that you guys are being forced to make.
Yeah, I think, when you're managing the budget and you're managing the cuts, I mean, it's really easy even though it's a large budget, it's easy to kind of track where those funds are going. And, 80 to 85% of our budget goes to personnel. And then the rest will go to utilities and essential contracts. So, from the personnel side, you evaluate the staffing at the schools. There are a lot of parameters that set forth how you staff the schools, including our collective bargaining agreement, which we are still far short of fulfilling. So we're able to kind of look at that. At the central office, we've been able to really delay hiring or cease hiring in positions. But with the additional responsibilities of managing these federal funds and so forth, the jobs that aren't filled don't go away. They just get absorbed by other people at the central office. So we kind of monitor for burnout and for employees who are just kind of overwhelmed by the responsibilities that they're now taking on because of the vacancies that we're holding. But again, we understand that the schools are the priority. Mm-hmm. So, and then of course, we work to renegotiate and work with our vendors to try to get as best a deal as possible in light of the pandemic. So we're going to squeeze the budget as much as possible. If we need to go into further cuts and we start affecting personnel, our first priority is to let our stakeholders know. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's important that our employees know if something's coming up, and we don't want to leave any of our employees out in the cold as well. So as soon as we think that employees might be affected, we're going to let them know early that these are pressures that we just can't avoid in light of the budget trends in the first quarter. We do have permanent classified employees and we do have limited term employees. Each of them have different levels of protections when it comes to maintaining their jobs. And it's a complicated process, to be honest. So it really isn't our first priority. The easiest thing to do is just stop hiring. And so that attrition, through attrition, as people retire, resign, then you can lower the personnel numbers. But again, you know, there is an impact every time you don't fill a vacancy, especially at the schools. Now, because we're online right now, we're virtual. You know, maybe that can be, you know, maybe we can afford a slight delay in the hiring. But as soon as we start bringing kids back to school, you know, it's going to be important that we have support staff and so forth in place.
You know, just going back to the food, and you said it was like a $5 million cost, right?
Yeah, we get about $12 million reimbursement for every meal that you know, that is compliant with our USDA requirements that we serve. So however, that reimbursement doesn't cover the full cost of the meal. So there is a portion of that is subsidized by our local budget. So I believe like 70% of it, maybe 75% of it is covered by the federal government, and then the remainder by our, you know, by our local budget. So based on my review, we have about $5 million that it costs us on the local side to, you know, keep our school some lunch program going. The challenge is right now is that it's, you know, usually if you have kids at school, it's a requirement. But when kids are not at school, it isn't a requirement. But we are opting to serve those meals as much as possible, so that we can maintain that support. But again, if the funds aren't there, it'll put us in a very difficult position of having to figure out whether that's something that needs to be looked at. And we don't want to look at it and you know, and then remove those supports. But again, it'll really come down to where we feel and are able to make the necessary cuts to come in within the budget.
Right. Yeah. And I understand, because this grab and go program, it really helped a lot of people and continues to help a lot of people that don't, you know, get a meal, especially the children.
Yeah, we have about, you know, based on the first couple of weeks of experience with this, as we restarted on the Fridays, about 11,000, you know, students are eating based on the numbers of meals that have been picked up. You know, the first distribution, we were running short, so we raised the number of meals, and I think we're kind of stabilized at about 11,000 of students who are coming to pick up their meal support for the week.
You know, and I bring this up because I remember a time when everything was in April, when Senator Regine Bisco-Lee had introduced legislation asking that the governor use a part of this CARES Act funding for food, for people that need food. And, you know, that never came to be. And we just saw GDOE, for the most part, just stepping up. And we saw all the long lines.
The governor did put $1 million towards us continuing the program over the summer.
Was that CARES Act funding?
I believe so.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe but you could get $5 million.
You know, going forward, if we have any trouble funding the program, that is something that, of course, we'll discuss with the governor and try to ensure that we can keep that going. Should there be resources available to redirect?
Okay. And can I ask one more question, Chris?
Yes, ask two more.
All right. Just that the hard copy. Do you still need to have a computer for hard copy for students to learn?
What we're trying to do is, so the hard copy model of learning really is something that I think at the end of the day, we probably want to eliminate because really it's for those students who don't have access to a computer or the internet. So I think the long-term vision is you either go to school when we're safe enough to open up to go to school, or you're online with equipment as well as internet access. So again, as we expand with the distribution of laptops, we think we can move a significant amount of students from that hard copy to the online version. And then hopefully for those who don't have internet access, within a month or two, be able to provide that solution as well. So that's really where the hard copies really are. It's, you know, some people do have a computer but they just prefer the hard copy. But for the most part, those are for students who don't have that ready access to the computers or the internet.
How many students would you estimate have been left behind that haven't been able to get, you know, any sort of education within GDO?
Right now, you know, again, we talked about an effort to work with the mayors to track down our missing students. The actual mayor outreach hasn't started yet, even though they're raring to go, because we pulled the numbers and the lists of students, and we had about 2,700. And then, you know, again, our social workers asked to take on that list first because they had already been receiving a lot of referrals. So they wanted to make sure they cleaned those lists for those families that they were able to identify and reach. So that process is ongoing right now. And then we had our research arm take a look at preliminary enrollment and what numbers they were seeing. And they were seeing a different number, about 1,800 students so we had about 2,700 we were reporting. Our research arm that uses PowerSchool to pull the data said the decline was about 1,800.
Mhm.
So they're actually looking to clean those lists up, and we're hoping that number is on the lower side, closer to 1,800. What we're learning from the lists of students is that we're going to be targeting specific schools because there are certain schools where we're seeing a tremendous drop. So one of the worries that I have, for instance, is, and I know folks who are familiar with our school system understand this, that Astumbo Elementary lost about 100, it looks like between 100 and 150 students from their enrollment. And that is not a normal thing. That is not a predictable thing. And it kind of gives us a lot of concern about where those students are and making sure that we have an accurate list, because in that case, there are certain schools that are showing high levels of students who have not been identified and are probably not going to be resolved by saying, oh, they transferred, they left the island, or so forth. So that's where the concern is. Our social workers and our student attendance officers are scrubbing that list as we speak, because there are going to be certain schools that we're really concerned about, certain parts of the community. And I think in those cases, these might be students who are just disconnected completely from some of the supports in the community just due to this pandemic situation, maybe their household situation, their family situation, their economic situation. There may be a number of supports that are needed, in addition to just, being in contact with their teachers. So, that's a big worry. Again, we're hoping to accelerate that with the social workers and student attendance officers, really kind of digging into the individual lists, school by school, and then we hope to continue to update those numbers and see them drop.
All right. Well, I guess good luck with the laptop application process this week.
Yeah, I mean, these are difficult, changes and shifts, and we're kind of working around the public health situation. As we look ahead 3 or 4 months from now, we're going to be in a great position, a much better position as everybody gets used to being online, more proficient at handling these online platforms. We've got the kids identified. We kind of identify, how to maintain contact with the kids. The parents and teachers work more closely together to address some of these day-to-day issues. Right now, it's a little frustrating on all fronts because it's brand new and there are still gaps that we're trying to fill. But we really are trying to look at the bright side and the promise of what all these shifts and challenges are requiring us to address. So as a community, to bear with us. We know a lot of discussion between parents, teachers going on, a lot of surprises, positive and negative, that we need to address. But it really is going to take communication, sharing information, updating the community, and hopefully we can all work through this public health situation, together and try to make the best that we can on the education side, knowing that long term we want our kids back in school when we can. So we just want to thank everybody, our teachers and our parents and our administrators out there for continuing to work with us and keep pushing. We're kind of trying to make this work in the midst of what is otherwise, like Chuck said, basically disaster recovery. So
right.
Let's look at it in terms of trying to recover and get us back to normal as soon as we're able to.
All right. Thanks a lot, John, for the update. Lots of information. Stay safe.
Appreciate it, John. Okay. Wash your hands.
Yeah, you too.
Okay. 8:53.
We're going to stay in our Zoom room?
Yeah, we're going to stay in our Zoom room where we sanitize between guests. And now we are very honored to have the chief of the Guam Police Department, Chief Steve Ignacio, and he's being joined by the spokesperson for the police department, Sergeant Paul Tapao. Good morning, Chief. Good morning, Sarge.
Hey, Hafide, good morning.
Hafide. We have the chief on here?
Yeah.
Good morning, Chief. Long time no see. I think you're here somewhere. I don't see you yet.
He's got to unmute his camera.
Oh, you have to unmute your camera, Chief.
There we go.
Yay.
Oh, wait, no.
Wait, that's not the chief. Sorry.
That's me.
That's not the chief either, Jace.
Okay,
So let's just go ahead and start, Paul, while we wait for the chief to unmute his camera. We brought you on because we got the news that you guys have a new police cycle going through. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's the chief.
All right, there he is.
There's my chief.
Morning, Chief.
Morning, sir.
Got the Top Gun.
So morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All right, let's just take it over to Chief. Sarge, no offense, Sarge, but we want to hear Chief. So, Chief, what can you tell us about the latest police cycle?
So the latest police cycle started last week, Friday. We have 23 brand new recruits on board, and they're going through in processing right now. And we'll be holding them until the GCC is ready to start. And I believe we're set to start in sometime late October is the official start date for first day of class.
Chief, so I'm thinking with the COVID and, the social distancing and all that stuff, what have you guys had to do and how's this cycle been different because of those measures that we have to adhere to?
Everything is different about this cycle. I mean, we brought these recruits on board during, the pandemic, and that's very different about it. Of course, Chris, all those considerations about social distancing, this possible spread of the virus, and what happens to the class as a whole when, one person becomes positive. There's a whole bunch of considerations that we have to look into. And so, that was always one of the challenges we had as we moved forward with the discussions with the Guam Community College. I'd like to thank Dr. Mary Okada, Mr. Pete Roberto, and Mr. Joy Munoz, for working with us and alongside with us to try and figure this out, because this is definitely new and different. And, we just have to keep working through it and trying to figure it out and make sure that we make it happen, because, even as this pandemic goes on, we understand that there's still a shortage of police officers, and we have to figure it out and move forward and hire people and bring them on board. Because it's the commitment of the governor and lieutenant governor to put more people on more officers out on the street, and we're working towards that commitment. And the commitment is just keeping the community safe.
Right.
So there was a lot of considerations about where to put them, where to house them, and should they be at home, should they be online, and I had to make sure that they understood my position, because I advocated that we bring them into a classroom setting. If they could not do it on their campus, then I would try and figure out how to do that on a GPD facility. So we have a training room at Hakabultan, and for prior to this cycle, it was a pretty decent sized training room. But over the weekend we worked with the landlord because we're leasing the building, and we're able to expand that classroom, that conference room, and make it into a bigger classroom. So I believe that the classroom now, I haven't seen it yet, I'll probably be seeing it this afternoon, is big enough to accommodate the 23 recruits in a safe environment, understanding things like social distancing and, the other precautions that are in place, washing your hands or sanitizing and wearing of masks. These recruits wear their masks all day, every day, and in the classroom setting especially. We monitor them when they come in. We ask the questions just like when you go visit any other place. Do you have any symptoms? Do you have a fever? We also check their temperature. So we have all those safeguards in place, but nothing is 100%.
Right.
And but we continue to institute those mitigation measures.
Chief, I'm just wondering because seeing B-roll that we have from previous cycles, sometimes there's how to handle the suspect, how to cuff them, how to do all those like close quarters types of things that are done within 6 feet, right? Sometimes body to body, right? How are we addressing those kind of things? And then I guess since we have to do all this COVID stuff, is there any part of the cycle that has totally changed because of these protocols that we have to do?
So, we're not tracking any major changes, again, to the curriculum or the instruction. I do understand those concerns, and that's a big concern. How do we teach handcuffing? Because you cannot handcuff a person from 6 feet away, right? You can't do a 6 feet handcuff. so it's unrealistic. Just like the self-defense course, you can't teach people self-defense from 6 feet away. because it involves physical contact.
Right.
But Chris and Serena, we're not there yet. Like I said, the cycle starts in October. So, of course, we'll put the academic portions first, which is the textbook learning stuff in the front end. And as we move towards, I'm sure this will carry us into next year, January, February, March, for those courses that involve physical contact. And I think by then, I think the nation and the community as a whole is expecting that we should have, some kind of maybe a vaccine in place by that time. That the president has been touting this information of a vaccine by November. And, we continue to move forward. And again, it's one of those things where we address when we get there because we don't have a clear-cut answer at this point.
Right on.
We just continue to push forward because we need to push forward and get there and deal with it when we get there.
So no pass on PT. Oh, wow. So when you get there, Chris is like, yeah, I'm going to sign up. I'm going to do the marching and stuff.
I don't know, Chief. I know some cops who could handcuff somebody with just their eyes.
Chief, you had mentioned something about the recruits. You guys are trying to make some decisions about whether they're going to be staying together or at home. Are they? What did you mean by that?
So initially during the discussions with the GCC, they were saying that we needed to do this online distance learning with the recruits at home. Again, my concern with that is that although they're students for GCC because they're registered and they're taking GCC taught classes, the other consideration on my part as the chief is that these are GPD employees. They're being paid to go to school. They're being paid to attend class. So, my concern is that should they be at home in that environment, or, for some unknown reason, they decide to get in a car, drive around while they're online in class, and they get into a crash and they get hurt, there's the workman's comp issues that have to be addressed. And so, having them in a classroom, seem to be a way that we can do this. Again, we continue to, it's early on. We're continuing to evaluate this. And if we need to move them to a online at-home platform, then, we're definitely open to that. We're still working through these issues with the Guam Community College on what would be the better model, because I don't think there's really a best model anywhere that we can really truly implement.
Right.
We just have to look at better alternatives as we move forward.
Do you have any women in the cycle?
Yes.
Do I have any women? Yes, I have 2 women in this cycle, and I have 2 brothers, and I have 4 of them. So we have 2 brothers who are the sons of a former retired police officer, and I have a female police officer who's the daughter of a former police officer, and I have the son of a police officer who's still working for the Guam Police Department.
And
so some diversity in this class.
Wow.
And I believe I have 1 Ponapean.
Nice.
We have 3 FSM citizens who came from the department. We have 1 Chuki,
Awesome.
1 Kushayan, and a Palawan. So like Chief had mentioned, we're diversifying our workforce with our officers that are going to be out in the streets, and we're going to continue to work towards that. So really excited for this 11th cycle.
Right. Let's say if we could just touch on that when they talk about diversity and the police community kind of mirroring what we see out here in the regular community. How key is it, Chief, when you have these officers who are, FSM citizens, doing what they can to become men and women in blue?
Okay. So we've always wanted to be a diverse police department. Make sure that we represent all the different sectors of the community. And so we've always encouraged people. I mean, myself, Sergeant Paul Tapao, Major Manny Chong, and some of the other staff officers, in dealing with the community, we've been called in to speak at different classes at the university, at the community college, and we find diverse people in the students, And so, we always encourage them to come and join the Guam Police Department. I think our ultimate goal at this point in bringing diversity is a female Chukis officer, and I found one female who has expressed strong interest in the Guam Police Department. Unfortunately, she goes, Chief, I'm waiting to graduate from GCC first.
Nice.
So I'm keeping tabs on her, and I still follow up with her and tell her I really want you on board. And I think that'll really help to round out our diversity.
Nice.
Well, we're gonna have
As we
to.
move forward.
We're gonna be moving on in our Zoom room, but I wanted to give you guys a last word, Chief. Any final message to the community?
Yes, Sabrina, Chris, thank you very much for having me on board today. Thank you to the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, for supporting the Guam Police Department and continuing to grow our police force. And to the community, the Guam Police Department is here for you. We continue to do our part to help keep the community safe. We've increased the number of patrol officers on the road. We continue to bring in the needed equipment to get these officers out there to better serve you. And of course, last of all, stay home, and if you can't stay home, stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank
you,
you.
Sarge.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. You heard it there.
Yeah.
Stay home.
Stay home. If you can't stay home, stay home.
Yeah.
Right on. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sarge. 905, we're KUAM FM in Agutni, Guam. Starting to get a little backed up in the KUAM News Zoom room. We ask that you guys please mind your distance, a distance of 6 virtual feet between each other, as we're getting
a little crowded.
We're
in
getting
there.
a little crowded in there. We're just trying to get Lillian, our hospital administrator, on for our morning update here with the COVID census. Good morning, Lillian. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Lillian.
Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Thank you also for the opportunity
Always.
to update you and on the island, the people of Guam.
So let's get right into it. What's our update this morning, Lillian?
Our census right now is 32. We discharged several people yesterday late in the afternoon, which is good news because they're able to go home. They've healed and they've recovered. So, but they're still going through the recovery phase. So they're released to home to continue the isolation. And of the 32 individuals, we have 13 of them are still on the ICU level of care. And of the 13, we have 9 who are on ventilator support. So that's where we stand right now with our COVID census.
Okay.
If you could unpack it, because it looks like our numbers are lowering. What does that mean? Does that mean we're okay now?
We're lowering, yeah, but it doesn't mean. I mean, it could always change. We still continue to see individuals come in through the emergency room, and depending on their condition, if their symptoms are not so severe that they need hospitalization, the doctor then determines that they can be released home to continue isolation at home. But we continue to still see a stream of individuals coming into the emergency room with COVID positive test results.
Right. And Lillian, yesterday, just tragic news that won't stop coming. 2 more COVID-19 related fatalities coming within an hour of each other. What can you tell us about those?
Yeah, it was really, really sad, to see that. The first individual, the male individual who's 65, has been with us a little bit over a month. And so, it was progressing well. But then again, it took a turnaround. His condition just, deteriorated rather quickly. The second individual, a young woman too, 52 years old, with multiple comorbidities. Actually wasn't doing very well from the very beginning, and we continued to manage her care, and was on ventilator support. And it was unfortunate that her overall system was just so compromised that she just couldn't fight the infection any further. So we lost her, and our condolences again to the family for their loss.
Lillian, I was looking at the JIC release here, and I'm not sure if you had left it out, but it says the patient, we're talking about the 36th COVID-related fatality. The patient was a 65-year-old male and was a known COVID-19 case. He was transferred to GMH from GRMC on August 21st. I didn't see anything here about pre-existing comorbidities with this particular patient?
Right. We didn't really have that information other than he was seen at the GRMC emergency room because of respiratory symptoms. And so, he was tested there and then transferred to GMH. And that's the only time that we knew that he was COVID positive.
Lillian, I wanted to follow up on something that Charles Esteves had mentioned regarding the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and you're working with them. Can you tell us what exactly is happening with the USACE?
Yeah, their scope of work is focused on the electrical system in our COVID care areas because we needed help to try and make sure there's adequate electric circuitry for then if an individual in the COVID care area is on both ventilator support and needing hemodialysis, we needed to make sure, because that was what was our deficiency in those rooms. We couldn't really, majority of those rooms in the COVID care 3 and 4, we even care 2 right now. It is an ICU level of care, but it can only handle, provide electrical source for a ventilator. And if the individual needs to be on dialysis, we need to move that individual somewhere nearby to get the dialysis treatment. So that was our challenge, was to be able to maintain and keep the COVID individual who needs to be on ventilator, continuous ventilator support, at the same time needs dialysis treatment. So that was our challenge in a lot of the rooms in the COVID care 2, 3, and 4. So that's what their scope of work is going to be. They're focused to then augment and to enhance the electrical sources for those rooms in the COVID care area.
Are they able to do that work without, and I'm sure they are, so without compromising the patient care? I mean, are they having to shut off the power to certain areas, or how's that being done?
Well, they're the professionals.
Right.
They know how to do it. And right now we cleared out care 2 so that we can begin that work to have that electrical source for dialysis. So that area, COVID care 2, is cleared out, and so they're working on that one. The COVID 3 and 4, I don't know exactly how they're going to accomplish it, whether it's going to be from the outside. I really have no update right now on that one, but that's the plan.
Lillian, and talking with the doctors and business owners and people are kind of in the loop, right? So we're anticipating there's going to be decisions made to reopen more businesses, even though we might not necessarily go from PCOR 1 to PCOR 2. But if you read between the lines, what they're saying about hospitalizations is that, yes, Dr. Hoa said it's still serious, but they're really keying in on the staffing solutions that you guys have gotten recently. And there seems to be a lot of implication that GMH has the staff that it needs to deal with COVID-19 at this current level, right? So I feel like if we're reopening businesses, then we're kind of saying that where we're at right now is acceptable, right? What's your assessment on that? Do you agree?
Again, it's a balancing of both the economic well-being of the island and plus the health, services that we need to provide to accommodate. And so, yes, right now we have the resources, but keep in mind the DOD EMAC resources, the 15 CCRNs, the anesthesiologists, the intensivists who are here, they're leaving next week. Although we are informed that they're not all leaving at one time, it's going to be kind of like a gradual drawdown, phase out departure. But in the meantime, we now have the additional staffing resources from this company, and they are here, about 35 total. 20 will be our ICU nurses, and some hemodialysis, some emergency room nurses, and some telemetry nurses. At the same time, 3 respiratory therapists. So we have that additional inflow of resources, and so that will help us definitely. Now, as far as opening up the community, again, for the economic well-being of the island, perhaps we do need to start, but then that's, the governor's call based on the recommendation from the physician group.
Right. No, I'm just saying that if they're making that determination to reopen the economy, it's being made with the idea that GMH has somehow stabilized, right?
Somehow stabilized for now, but then anything can happen. So, we just have to be prepared for it.
Lillian, I just have to follow up on this U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Why are they? How did this happen? Like, is it because of that April assessment, or you guys just sent out the red flag? We need help. I mean, why are we going with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to help us with the electrical? We couldn't get a contractor.
Well, again, in all the shuffling that we continuously do every day, looking at this area, and a perfect example, the ICU on the second floor, it's constructed to have 14 rooms. But when we try to, utilize all 14 rooms, we discovered that it doesn't have all the capacity in terms of central cardiac monitoring, so every time we think we have that physical room, that physical bed, there's some missing pieces. And so with the third floor telemetry unit, that was one of the discoveries, was that we cannot put a patient in there who needs both the ventilator and the hemodialysis. And so this is where, the Army Corps was brought in. There was a request to help us in a very quick manner.
Who made the request? Who made the
What's that?
request? Who made the request?
The hospital did, in conjunction with the surgeon cell, through the Office of Civil Defense. The process is submitting a DLAN ticket.
Right.
So this was like an emergency situation. We needed to get this done.
It's an urgent
Right.
situation,
Okay.
correct.
All right. Yeah, because this report from April, the assessment, the current infrastructure of the GMH facility is in an overall state of failure due to age and a whole bunch of
Yeah,
other stuff.
it's an old facility.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Lillian, in closing, did you have anything?
Oh, yeah.
I can go on.
I know you
Sorry.
can.
What's that?
No, I guess in closing, Lillian.
Again, just to continue repeating the advice and the instruction to really, again, practice the social distancing, practice wearing the mask, practice, washing your hands. That's our lifestyle now. That is going to be the lifestyle, of our current situation and going forward. And, it's not a bad thing to wash your hands all the time. People tend to forget to wash their hands. So we just have to keep making that as our lifestyle. Just like when we eat, we got to wash our hands, right? Wash
Yeah.
your hands, wear your mask, and keep the distance.
Thank you, Lillian. You're
Thanks,
right,
Lillian.
though, about the
All right.
washing of the hands. I feel
Thank
it.
you.
Like if I go
Stay safe.
somewhere and I get
All
down,
right.
it's like, well, thank you, Lillian. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, wash your hands. Thanks. Bye. Okay.
She's like, hurry up, get out of the phone.
Yeah, I gotta get there, friend. Trying to fix the electrical over here, boy. Trying to fix electrical. 917. Good get there to get the Army Corps of Engineers through the surgeon cell.
Yeah, well, I mean, GMA is falling apart.
Yeah.
I mean, what did Dr. Uggins said? When it rains, it pours. And look, it was raining, a couple days
Literally.
ago.
Right. Yeah. Man, if they had $10 million, though, that would probably help out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even looking at this report, and it's terrible. Failure of the roof and exterior window assembly. Z-wing has structurally failed and is unsafe. Non-compliant aged electrical distribution system. Incomplete fire sprinkler protection throughout the facility. Incomplete firewall barriers and fire zone separation. Corrosive failure of mechanical air distribution system. Improper air pressurization of the facility. Inadequate sizing of inpatient
You're
rooms.
stressing me out.
88
Breeze.
non-compliant.
Come on,
Lack of medical air and emergency power outlets. Many inpatient rooms are shared. Lack of privacy and HIPAA concerns. Medical equipment is antiquated and in need of repair by replacement. Lack of parking for patients and visitors. Parking lot needs to be expanded. The current infrastructure of the GMH facility is in an overall state of failure.
I bet they didn't review the cafeteria, though. Yeah, it's 919. Let's keep it going to the KUM News Zoom room where we got a couple lawyers standing by, and I don't want to get sued, so we're just going to get them on here. We have attorney Tom Fisher, attorney Rachel Zuzu, who are kind of becoming regulars on the link here. And we're going to bring on your client as you had filed in federal court yesterday, guys. Tom Pinehop, who's the owner of the Shady Lady and Live House. So we got a bunch of small business owners behind you guys. So we're going to get on, talk about this case with the lawyers, maybe get a word from Tom, and then we'll let you guys go because I'm pretty sure everybody wants to be your client. And then we'll fold it into the small businesses. I'm thinking Bree and I need to get like a commissioner.
Retainer.
A small token of appreciation. Like, where did I be?
Retainer.
Right on. So good morning, Tom and Rachel and Tom Pinehop. We'll bring these guys that are on.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes. Good morning,
Good
Tom.
morning.
I guess just first tell us what you filed in the district court yesterday, guys, on the federal.
Well, we filed a complaint against the governor and Lulian Guerrero. They're the same person, but they're wearing two hats. And we filed against Art San Augustine and the director of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Bottom line, we're trying to get the economy open. We filed based on a few theories: equal protection, takings clause, and due process. All these business owners, this array that we see before us, they have lost a tremendous amount of money. It was taken from them, and they are continuing to lose the money. Every day these people are shut, the government's taking revenue from them. So we want them to be compensated. We want the businesses to be allowed to open up. Bottom line, it's difficult to see a rational difference between, say, Home Depot and any other business that is now closed. If you go into Home Depot, you have to social distance. If you go into Home Depot, you have to keep a mask on. Why can't you go into Live House and socially distant and keep a mask on? Doesn't make any sense. These people are as capable of enforcing public health standards for safety and precaution as anyone else. So we've gone into federal court alleging these constitutional violations, and we look forward to succeeding on these.
What is your reaction, though, from the governor's office after you filed this? We got a comment from Adelup, and they were saying that, under the laws of Guam and the Organic Act, the governor has the legal authority, moral obligation to save lives and prevent the outright collapse of our healthcare system. We're focused on that effort and remain confident that the courts will acknowledge these facts. We will reopen as soon as it is reasonable to do so, but that decision will be based on data that demonstrates that community spread can be contained and that our hospitals have the capacity to treat those who need it. Until then, no one's life or livelihood will be saved. What is your reaction to that comment from Adelup?
Well, my reaction to that is, I like this phrase reasonable. When is the governor going to determine that it's reasonable to reopen? This week? Next month? Sometime after the election? Bottom line, the governor doesn't have the authority to contravene the Constitution of the United States and the Organic Act. She doesn't have that authority, thank goodness, and no governor does. We are a nation founded upon the Constitution of the United States and here on the island, the Organic Act as well. And Lulian Guerrero simply does not have the authority to violate the Constitution. So that's my reaction.
Let's take it over to your client, Tom. So you're basically saying that if Home Depot was open during peak or one, people should be able to go to happy hour at a number of your bars, right? That's kind of the argument here?
Thank you, Chris, for having us. Well, first and foremost, and let me reach out a little further back. Look, first and foremost, I want to send condolences to the families and their loved ones that lost a family member. I think that we need to show that respect. And, myself, my family back overseas, we lost a family member, so I really know how it feels. And besides losing a family member early on, I think it was beginning of April already, now we are about to lose the business. So, I don't have much left. Maybe the happy hour example of yours is probably not the best, to be honest. Look, we're not in denial of the virus. Obviously it's part of of all the humans on the planet, right? And everyone is struggling, but there needs to be a fair chance for us to pay our bills, and we can continue after Corona. Look, it's been 196 days, 196 days, Chris, without a penny and without any help. We have a right to support our families, our friends, our workers. I get great messages from our bartenders, from our bar backs, from cooks, from people in the industry, from my hairdresser, from my dog groomer, from owners that have food trucks and restaurants, of course. We are suffering, we're hurting, and we have been peacefully protesting out there early on. We put our chairs out street side to show that we are here. Please don't forget about us. And we have been totally neglected and forgotten in all of this, trust me, there's all of these business owners, and we don't want to be marked as, having a privileged life and having a fancy life. So look, many of us work 10, 14 hours a day and are happy to be part of the community and pay our employees and take good care of them and treat them well, but physical health, Chris, physical health and mental health, it got to go hand in hand, and, the medical side of things and the economic side of things, we cannot pick and choose one over another. It has to be strong together equally. And I think we have been left out for so long, 196 days with high commercial bills. And look how many have closed already. I computed a list here of 50 or 55 businesses that have closed already, and many more are to come. I can assure you that. So here we are. You leave us no chance. We have talked about it. I was on your show. Thank you for that. Also previously, and nothing has happened. It's nobody's hearing us. So we didn't want to do this, but if to have to go that way, then we'll. It's our last stand. We're on our last leg.
So I did want to ask though. You say that you've suffered financially, but what about? Were you able to take advantage of, let's say, the PPP or the EIDL, or were your employees able to get PUA?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be in any way sarcastic to all of this. It's minor. I would love to sit with one of the economic advisors and do the math over how a small or medium or large size business is being run. The help we received was mediocre, insufficient, and unacceptable. I don't have more to say. It's a joke.
Yeah, but you're a bar owner, and just to play devil's advocate here, I don't know, with these businesses that lost money during the lockdown, it's kind of hard to go back and leverage and talk about the spread of the virus and what the governor had to or had to not do. But I'm just saying that from, the average Joe or Josefa Cruz out here, listening to an owner of a bar talk about how his business should have been allowed to remain open during all of this. It just, I'm pretty sure a lot of people were kind of like, huh?
Chris, this action isn't brought just based on Mr. Peinhoff's problem. It's a alleged class action.
Right.
So we're here for all businesses, big and small.
No, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking the question to ask it. I'm not saying I feel one way or the other.
Chris, I'm sorry to jump in real quick. You mentioned an average Joe. I don't know how an average Joe looks to you, but I can assure you I'm not leading a fancy lifestyle, and I'm trying to protect whatever is left. And all the savings are gone. I love this island. It's beautiful. I would love to continue. If there is no help, then there won't be any choices, any options for people to go and do what they like to do.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So average shows will go away.
Right. Tom or Rachel, maybe you can kind of just break this down for people that are listening, that this isn't about the shady lady or Live House or me wanting to go party it up at the bar. It's really about businesses that have suffered tremendously during this pandemic, and how they feel that their constitutional rights have been violated by the shutdown order or lockdown.
That's correct.
Stay home. And if you could kind of just explain that.
Rach?
And why we are where we are with this lawsuit today. Tom?
Well, I guess I'll address that. It's not merely about one business owner. It's about the entire community. As Tom just very eloquently put it, you know, everybody's pretty much on their, if they're not on their last leg, they're on their back foot right now. And this is an allegation of class, and we want the entire economy to open up. It won't answer the mail just to open up a specific type of business. We depend upon all sorts of businesses, and it's not just the ability to go into a store and buy something. It's also the ability to pay taxes, so the government can continue to function. It's so we can continue to fund the police department. I know that Steve Ignacio was on right before. In large part, well, almost entirely, the government is functioning upon monies it's collecting from the individual as well as the businesses. You know, that 5% business privilege tax. This is about the economic health of the entire community. And I'd ask Rachel if she's got something to add.
Right.
So I was going to say, thank you. This action is, we need to shift the focus here. And the focus here is on government authority to interfere with legal rights of entities such as businesses that are in this clause. The government has made it very clear in the last 6 months, almost daily, that it has invoked its superpowers under this state of emergency. But to what extent can we allow them to continue to exercise these powers without regard to due process for small businesses, such as Mr. Peinhoff's business, as well as other local small and large businesses? This ability to function without notice as to what constitutes essential business and what does not constitute essential business. It's based really kind of right now at this point, it seems like it's based on the governor's preference, and it shouldn't be. It should be based on criteria that every single small business can look at, and that it's fair across the board. So that's one of the allegations in this class action, is that the orders shutting down what the governor's office deems as non-essential business over the course of 6 months, sporadically, without any real kind of procedure in place, or an opportunity to be heard by these businesses. That is what we would like the court to look at and pass judgment on. It's similar to the quarantine challenges that we've been bringing before the court in the Superior Court of Guam, in that the government puts out a directive, and then that directive changes sometimes in the course of overnight. Just recently, we had 2 executive orders issue within 3 days of each other, and then a directive that is contradictory in itself. So that just kind of gives you an example and an idea of if we don't even know what the current operating directive is, how can we be expected to comply with ever-changing orders?
Yeah,
So.
Rach, I totally agree with you on that point, because we've seen it where they'll make an announcement on a Friday, like, hey, this type of business, you can do this, you can do that. And then over the weekend, get in touch with people from that type of business, and they're sitting there holding the bag saying, oh, we're looking at these protocols and making sure we can operate under these new conditions. So, yeah, so much of it has been flying by the seat of our pants. But you know what they say? Oh, we're following the lead of the virus. So it's tough.
And I guess
Did you
that
wanna say
I was going to say, how confident are you guys that you guys are going to prevail on this, and how much of this lawsuit are you going to be leaning on the decision? I think it was in Pennsylvania, and I think we touched on that a little bit last week.
Yeah, and the damages. So I know that there's damages, right, Tom? Or was it damages or reinstatement of property?
Yeah, it was a little bit difficult to hear you, but we are confident in our position. As Rachel was just observing, you know, the governor's designation of what is essential and what is not essential is not particularly rational. It seems to be arbitrary, capricious determinations. We don't think the federal court is going to stand for it. There are decisions coming out across the United States, and we hope here in Guam, that are overturning and lifting these bans on government shutdown. It's not, you know, it's just not sustainable. Chris and Sabrina, when we think about your business, KUAM is dependent upon advertisement and the revenues that generates. If I'm out of business, I can't advertise on KUAM, and so forth and so on. The ripple effect throughout the economy will soon become a tidal wave. And we feel very strongly that the federal court will recognize that.
All right. Well, thanks, Tom, Rachel, and Tom.
Thank you.
We're going to start calling you Tom 2.0 when we get Tom 1.0 on. Appreciate it. I don't know if you want to stick around, Tom or Rach, but we're going to bring on, we have from Boca Box, Jesse Rosario, from Purebed, Steve Roberto, and from Fuckeye Roman De La Cruz, just three small business owners who are going to come on and talk about how their businesses have been no doubt impacted by the pandemic. So thank you, Tom and Rach, for joining us. And
Sure
Tom,
thing.
okay, so we'll see you guys. Wash your hands.
Yeah, we'll stick around.
Okay. Who knows? You could get a couple clients by the by the end of the interview. All right. Okay. So let's go ahead and unmute Chubby, Steve, and Roman. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Morning, guys.
I guess we'll just start right with the reaction of this case that's filed at the district court. And Steve, I guess we'll start with you. Your thoughts on this class action lawsuit that was just filed by Tom Fisher and Tom Pinehop.
Well, I think when Bree asked me yesterday if I could come on, and thanks for having me on, my response to her was basically it's all about complying to survive right now.
Right.
And you look at the things that are being asked of us as citizens and as business owners, and I'm pretty sure Chubby and Rome can attest that we've done everything that has been asked of us. Most especially in the case of my business, public health did not have any type of guidance in regards to opening up jiu-jitsu academies, and I formulated the guidance to help them. I didn't even get a response back. You know, we've done everything. We've done our due diligence. We've gone above and beyond what the government has asked us to do, and we are not working. And it's just not healthy. I don't think COVID is the end all of public health. I think mental health and spiritual health is just as important, if not as important. And a lot of people are suffering right now due to the inaction of our government. So I'd like to thank all the legal counsel that came on this morning that is technically fighting for us one way or the other. So hopefully we can get back together. Things are not looking so good, but hopefully they get better.
Right. Steve, let me just ask you, because you guys are in the same category as bar owners like Mr. Pinehop, in that you're the last of the Chamel Ricans to open in the event. I mean, I don't even know if it's, does it take a vaccine or what? PCOR 3, right? And so how would you guys do jiu-jitsu safely? Because Lord knows we have a lot of people who do jits on Guam. And I mean, if you came up with a plan shared with us, how would you be able to do jiu-jitsu while still maintaining and adhering to all those protocols for the COVID?
Well, we've encouraged testing amongst our members to make sure that they get tested frequently. We ask them to monitor themselves and their families and understand the risk that's being involved with COVID, during this COVID crisis, the risk being involved with COVID and conducting yourself in something such as Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. We did I think one of the customers came into the academy and said, doing Jiu-Jitsu is like being in a Muslim mosque because we're washing our feet, we're washing our hands, I've got the air purified. Man, we purified the air only to find out that the CDC rescinded its mandates on how the virus is non-aerosol now.
Right.
And I'm not trying to bash anybody. This thing is constantly changing. I think the governor uses the phrase fluid.
Rapidly
often.
evolving, right? Also rapidly evolving.
Yeah, I understand that, but I live with my mom. She's 86 years old. She's a WW2 survivor, and she's very, very simple in her reasoning. And she just says, if you're sick, stay home. I mean, I think that's obviously the best advice that we could give everyone is if you're sick, stay home, and everyone else that's not sick, stay away from the sick people.
Right. Let's bring it over to Chubby. Chubby, you, Jesse Rosario, Boca Box, you have a really interesting case, and I've heard so much about this, and it's just so unfortunate that we talk about businesses closing during this pandemic. There are businesses that are trying to open during this pandemic, and they can't open because Rev and Tax isn't open. They can't get a permit from Public Health because Public Health is on a peak war one, and there's all these wraparound services that businesses like yours need to open their doors that just aren't being provided, and how's that affected Boca Box?
Well, morning, everybody. Thanks for having me on. I feel that everyone's struggling. We're struggling hard. We closed down on the first lockdown. That hurt us, but we did get assistance from some of those grants and those loans that came out. We did whatever we could to help our employees and help our business. And then we were just kind of managing our business. And then when the second lockdown happened, we were in transition to move into our new location. And then, everything got shut down. I understand that from the government perspective, things are hard. I always view the situation as, I may be frustrated because as a business owner, I'm not making an income. I have no way to support personally, I'm not bringing in anything to the table. I have to kind of rely on my wife. And that kind of hurts because I need to bring something to the table too. But I wouldn't want to be in the governor or the lieutenant governor or the positions. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. This is a hard thing to tackle. I'm going to speak for my business only, and I'm not one to go out publicly and talk about my frustrations and all of that. But I feel like if you're going to go out there with and publicly complain or talk about your issues, then there needs to be some sort of solution from your end. Like Professor Bird said, there's a lot of businesses out there like mine that are doing everything we can, and like his, that are, abiding by the rules and changing their whole system around to make sure that their staff, their families, their customers are all safe. It takes one bad apple to ruin the bunch, and it's very unfortunate, but that's where we're at. Now, if I have no solution to figure out how to open up businesses and at the same time to keep the island safe, and then to me, that's the biggest problem is yes, from a business standpoint, it's hard because we're not making money, but I feel that, I personally trust in our island. I trust that our government, our people are going to come through, and the businesses that are really struggling, we're going to get back on our feet. But I don't think that it's fair to say that, we have to put businesses first because, every life is very important. And we can't bring back those that have passed away. We can always bring back the businesses and do whatever we can to make sure our businesses progress after this and come back, but we can't bring these people back. So, from that standpoint, it's very hard to make those decisions. But yeah, it was very frustrating for me to move my location and then work on trying to open up because I had everything in place. I had no intention of closing the Boca Box in P-Core 2, but that's what happened. And, day to day, I sit down with my wife and my family, and we talk about the situation, and we've come to the realization that, maybe this is a blessing in disguise for not only me, but for my customers and my staff, because, who knows what could have happened. We're fortunate that everyone's healthy and safe. And we're just going to take it as it is and just wait for things to come our way. But, we're waiting patiently. We do want to open up as soon as we can, but I'm not gonna, push any buttons. I'm not gonna, poke the bear and get things agitated. I'm just, trying to kind of do what I can to move my business forward, get open, and keep my family safe. We've come to the realization that,
Okay, let's go to Rome. Roman De La Cruz, of course, small business owner. I know you operate Fuckeye among a few other things, but Roma, just we'll give you the floor and your take on this lawsuit and opening the economy.
Right, and I think with the Fuckeye, you guys actually, because of the P-Core 1 modification last week Friday for the curbside pickup, you guys were able to open for, I guess, curbside only.
Non-essential retail, curbside, right?
Yes, correct. Half a day, and thanks for having me on. I'm here also with the business side of the company, Carlo. But yes, what do I think about that whole thing? I think it's really, I think it's, first of all, I think it's really sad that businesses have to resort to having to sue the government in order to move forward with their business. I understand that sense of desperation, and it's a shame that our administration or our law or whoever is responsible for it has led us to this sense of desperation. It's like cannibalism. We're being forced to eat our own. Our big issue right now is understanding that our economy is struggling, our resources are depleted, and right now everybody's trying to. I think a lot of people are trying to take the high road on how to function with this situation. But when you see how much the private businesses are suffering, and then you see gross misuse of money and misuse of authority, and these things, it becomes really disheartening. For the most part, we look to our leaders for pillars of strength, and it's at this point right now where we feel like not all, but a lot of the decisions that are being made are an extra burden that we have to carry along with this whole extremely unfortunate incident, So we're grateful that they were able to finally give us curbside, restore that curbside thing. So it helps us to be somewhat functional again. And, I think I see that there's a lot of businesses out there that have been kind of like getting renegade and opening their businesses. But, for the most part, I think it's important for us to be law compliant. The last thing that we need is disorder, and that's where the frustrations are, is because for those that are trying to be to be compliant, and then seeing all these irresponsible, inconsiderate decisions being made, sensing the lack of urgency that is endlessly being reported towards a citizen and prioritize, it's really, it's very non-motivating.
Yeah, it is. It is, Roman. You're right. There's just so many inconsistencies where you have, one type of business that's deemed non-essential, not allowed to open, but then because somebody's politically connected to someone, you can go buy a car by appointment only. There's really, like Tom Fisher had said, there's no rhyme or reason to a lot of this stuff. But let me ask you guys, could it have been different if there was more dialogue instead of these pronouncements coming out from Adelup once a week where, hey, you're locked down for another week. See you next Thursday. We'll announce you're locked down for another week. And I'll keep doing it for 5 weeks. Because it almost seems like, and I don't even want to use the word inconsiderate, but I talk with these business owners that meet with the governor, and what they tell me is they're scared. They can't say anything because the governor's going to get mad if they say anything, that the governor's going to extend the lockdown if they come out on the link and talk about how their business should be open. You know, and it's really unfortunate because we're not talking about small business owners. We're talking about the people who actually have a seat at the table with the governor saying that they've got a tippy-toe around the governor's ego so that they can, you know, survive. I mean, it's really unfortunate, and it is what it is. I'm just calling it like I see it. I've been told it a million times from a million different business owners. But could it have been different, guys, if the governor maybe had shown more compassion, maybe had, you know, opened the dialogue to more business owners instead of the ones that just support her? So could it have been different, I guess? And Rome, we'll just start with you.
I absolutely agree. It could have been different. I think that what we were looking for there was a lack of urgency, a lack of credibility, not just from her. I mean, not always from her, you know what I mean? But in cases across the government. And I think there could have been a lot more consideration. I think right now, maybe it's a little bit off tangent, but there has to be a sense of urgency right now because with all this federal assistance that we've been able to lean on as U.S. citizens, it's been great. But because of all this forced closure, and I think you guys have dialed in on this right now, because of this forced closure, the forced long time closure of all these businesses, all this stimulation or whatever, all these monies are leaving island, and that's further weakening our economy. You know, so if a pandemic, false projections, and misspending of money hasn't created the sense of urgency to really push forward, you know, like grind it out, man, grind it out, you know, really push, prioritize the solutions. As citizens, we have to, I mean, as angry as we are, we don't want to focus on any problems. You know, I think that for the most part, despite the dissatisfactions, I think that, you know, I think our governor's heart is in the right place. You know, it's just about how do we get her and everybody else in government to line up and let's just say, okay, let's go try to bring out our best. And the way to bring out your best, I think, is through hard work. You know, so if they can really move forward on it, you know, understand that despite that, maybe a lot of people are aggravated and almost desperate right now. For the most part, we all stand by the same flag. And right now, all of these things right now, all of, all these negative things that are being said are not to attack our government or our governor or anybody in particular. For the most part, these things are being said to defend, you know what I mean? Defend our people, you know? So,
right. Yeah. Steve, let's go over to Steve real quick. Steve, and this is kind of what I'm talking about, is you as a small business guy, you know that you don't want to sit around and wait for GovGuam to tell you how to operate. So you come up with a plan, you send it in, you don't even get a response.
Yeah, 100%, Chris. Communication, I think, at this time is very, very key in regards to the government just talking to us and letting us know what's happening. In between the two lockdowns, we didn't hear anything we went from daily press conferences to not hearing anything in between the two lockdowns. And, you know, my question for our leadership is, what were you guys doing in between the last lockdown and this lockdown? You know, was there a plan being made for what was going to happen potentially? Because we kept talking about a second wave, and obviously, well, you guys talk about it every morning, the fact that there is no plan. You know, the government says one thing and then they enact another. When you talk about businesses such as gyms, bars, and nurseries being the last to open up, you know, the government was very concrete on saying, oh, we're not going to open up till PCOR 3, but in between PCOR, oh, you know, now we have PCOR 2.5. I get it. Nothing's concrete. We're dealing with this on a moment-to-moment reality basis. But in that instance, yes, you are 100% correct, Chris. More communication from the government to the business owners would be essential, most especially since social media is so predominant. I want to hear it from the boss's mouth rather than to hear it on my social media or my chats. I think that would help tremendously.
Right.
And just to, I mean, I think it's ironic if you look at every great horror movie, it always starts with a government official not listening to a scientist or doctor.
I have a question, Steve. You know, throughout this whole pandemic, and where we are today, are you, I don't know, scared at all about the future of your business? The possibility that you might have to close? I mean, permanently?
I'm extremely scared at the fact that the government oversight is not going to allow businesses such as Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu academies to operate. They're telling us to shut down. Imagine that, it's unprecedented. We're being told not to work. And we're not, and they're not telling us when we can get back to work. And I'm sorry, I have not applied for any government loans. I have not gotten any government assistance, any rent relief. I have, thank God for Calvo Realty, my renter that's allowed me to have, deferred rent, but I haven't gotten any help from the government. I am afraid that they don't have a plan to open back up safely. I am afraid that since they don't have a plan to open back up safely, they're just going to kill businesses such as mine. And you look, I think that's a direct correlation to how we're having kids go to school online now. I mean, I can't teach jiu-jitsu online. It just doesn't translate like that. And my students don't want it either. My students want to get back on the mat. They understand the risks that are associated with training jiu-jitsu or having contact in a COVID environment. And incidentally, from the last PCOR 2.5, when they did allow bars, nurseries, and gyms to open till the time that we were shut down again, we went 95 days of training, no COVID incidents, zero. And I think that's because of the hard work and diligence and awareness that my clients and my students were taking in regards to COVID.
Yeah.
We're being responsible about it. Allow the government, I'm asking that the government allow us to continue to be responsible for ourselves as well, instead of all of this oversight.
Right. Chubby, let's bring it over to you. Chubby, you seem, and I agree, and I know in talking to you over the course of this pandemic that you're really keyed in on the public health side of this whole debate. I mean, so much so that in hearing your opening comments that you've compromised your business and you've made a lot of sacrifices because you didn't want to expose your employees or your customers to the spread of the virus. So when we talk about reopening the economy, I noticed that your comments are really tempered in that you don't want to be that guy who's just like, Lulian Guerrero, bad. And I'm not trying to be that guy either. I'm just saying, I really feel... No, I'm not. I mean, how hard would it have been to have town hall Zoom meetings I mean, really, that's all it would have taken if she had, folded you guys into a conversation and said, hey, this is why I'm making these decisions. This is why I'm doing it. I understand it's hard, but we're doing it for this. You know what I mean, Mosqueda? And talk to you guys, once, I don't know, a month. I mean, she's got all these economic... Gita, what are they doing? They should have been folding you guys into this conversation and talking about this instead of dangling this PCOR 3 carrot in front of the whole island, and while we just suck it and hold our breath and wait for things to get better. I mean, it's sad. It's sad. And that's all it would have taken is a little bit of communication.
I think things could have been differently. I think there is a big gap in communication between the government and the people. I mean, that's why every single day I wake up and I tune into you guys because I want to know what the hell's going on. I do feel that the government is very reactive in their decisions versus proactive. A big thing for mine was when I was moving, I couldn't get movers to come in because construction was shut down. but they allowed construction inside the base. So I was trying to make calls to figure out, like, hey, what's the protocol? How do I move forward? How do I move? How do I get all the inspections? But I mean, call me an optimist, but I think things happen for a reason. And for me personally, whenever things happen like this, even with the first lockdown, I always have to take a step back. And I have kind of trained myself to look at things in a different perspective, because I can always complain about what's going on and sit in my house and drink beer, eat food, and just get fat and complain all day. But that's not going to do anything good for me. But I do think that what has been going on has given businesses like mine, and maybe a whole bunch of other businesses, time to really sit back, because I complain a lot when I'm in business about, I'm so busy in the kitchen, I don't have time to do this, I don't have time to do that. So this situation has given me time to really take a step back and reevaluate my operations. And it's given me time to think about how, like Roman said, we have to move forward, but how do we do that? And that's the big thing for me is businesses like mine, if one of my staff becomes COVID positive, do I have to shut down my whole operation once I've already made all these protocols in place that kind of take care of that? Or do I just send that person home like they were just sick, and ask everyone to get tested? I don't want to have to shut down again, and I'm not gonna survive another shutdown, and I have to look at ways to really move forward. And I think that's the biggest thing, is how can we move forward? I've talked to a whole bunch of other of my friends who are in the same kind of business field, and we're all talking about, okay, we have to look more to online ordering. How do we get our systems up for that? Retail's opened up, and I tried to purchase something from a retail agency the other day. I wanted to show my son how to be in the water and to bodyboard, but I don't have a bodyboard for him. So I went looking for one, but my problem was, how do I know what these stores have in stock? And I think it kind of pushes us again to adapt. So, I take this time to look at how I can get the information for my business out to the public, how I can still stay in business. And, fortunately, I'm in a business where people need to eat, and I feel for Professor Burt, because, my son's really into jiu-jitsu. I love jiu-jitsu. I've been doing it for years. Started off with Professor Burt and Roman long in early 2000s. And, it's, we both want to step back on the mat, but, how do we do that? Professor Burt's done a good job at putting protocols in place. I don't know what some of the other gyms have been doing, but, again, it's how do we move forward, and how do we move forward with the government right beside us and us right beside them, where we're all kind of in the same place? And I know not everyone is going to like the decisions that's being made, but, like Roman, I believe that the governor and her people have Guam in their hearts, and they have us in their best interest. But, it's hard. It's going to be hard for all of us.
So we've got to wrap this up, and so we're just going to give everybody about a minute each to close out, and I will start with you, Roman. Just your final comments, maybe even your message to, I guess, the powers that be.
My final comments. First, I would like to really thank the Breeze, not just for this single opportunity. I think the kind of questions that you're ready to ask, and the posture and the position and the commitment that you're giving to serving the community is priceless. Thank you guys very much for that. Those questions are great. And then to the powers that be, hey man, step on it, man. Urgent. It's been urgent already since March. We're suffering here. You might not see it. Try to come down to our perspective and work.
Thanks, Rom.
Thanks, Rom.
That's what I got to say. I don't think that there's been enough ethic. I'm instead of just we're months in, and our only main solution is to run and hide. We should have learned from this. It's not like COVID had even though COVID is new, it's not like it had invented the problem. we should have emergency response. We have these exercises that have been in place. We should be more advanced than we are right now. Condolences to all the people that are suffering, and I mean that have lost. Sympathy for everybody who's suffering. We're suffering here with you too. We're trying to make the best of it. But remember, at the very least, it's COVID in paradise. So go out there, see the sun, see outside, because for everything that we might not have, at least we have that. So prayers for everyone.
Right on, Rome. Definitely sound like a jits guy with that. Work.
Steve, I don't think you can do a curbside jiu-jitsu. Any final comments?
Yeah, curbside jiu-jitsu is not happening anytime soon. It's hard to roll on the concrete. So I guess my message to our leadership is come up with a plan, Governor. Don't keep making it a numbers game. If the numbers go up, we shut down. When the numbers go down, we open up. I don't think that's a plan. I think that was the plan that was being used prior to this second lockdown. I hope you guys have something better than just open, close, open, close. I think it's got to be a little bit more deeper than that. And I think what you guys touched on in regards to communicating with the people that are suffering is going to be key. Hear us out. Hear what we have to say. I know it's tough, but that's what you guys are getting paid for. Hear us out. Hear what we have to say, and maybe we can help each other come to a better solution. And again, condolences and prayers to anybody who's been affected by COVID. We're all being affected as well, and let's get together and work. We got to get to work.
Thank you, Steve. Truby.
Well, thank you guys for having me on. I look forward to your show every single morning, keeping all of us updated. But I think, besides washing your hands, wearing a mask, I think we're forgetting two very important things that we need to do every single day. One is to exercise. People get out there, exercise, find ways to stay physically active. And you got to eat healthy. Even if you do get COVID, the healthier you are, the better chances you have at fighting it. So stay healthy, Mom. I believe everyone, I believe in the island. I believe in the support system, and we're going to make it through this. We just got to stick together.
Thank you, Chuby.
Thanks, guys, for joining us this morning.
Right. Thanks, Tom.
Great work, guys.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Rome.
Thank you.
See you, Chuby. Thank you, Attorney Tom Fisher. Thanks for hanging out. What'd you make of that discussion, Tom?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
What did you make of that discussion? Pretty entertaining, and I felt like it was, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I thought it was excellent. I agree with very much what the gentleman said. Particularly, the governor's got some hard choices to make. Nobody's going to deny that. Nobody would really want to be in her shoes, but that's why she was elected. We as an island, we liked her vision that she put forward, and that's why we chose her to be governor. I would like to hear from Adelup where they see Guam 1 year from today. Do they see any tourists coming back? What are the projections of revenue? What's the healthcare system going to look like? What's policing going to look like? What's our business community going to look like? None of this is normal. We actually canceled an election during this process. We are actually telling the citizens to stay home. None of this has ever happened before. We realize that. But there is no way out of this but to get the engine started again, and the engine is business. We've got to get people back to work. We've got to get the taxes paid. And, we're all, in that sense, we all have exactly the same goal.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. We'll see you.
Tom.
See you guys. Thanks again. It's been real. Some definite real talk. 10:08. Good job today, Bree.
Good job, man. That was really good discussion.
Yeah. pretty neat. Thank you. We reached out to these guys. I mean, really, it was just like, who can we get? Oh, let's get these. Okay, fine. And they came on.
And I like it because their voices are different and not the typical, big business people that you hear from. These are small business owners that have suffered this whole time.
Correct. And I think your key on that, Bree, is like on the business community side, when you trot out these big business faces, and I mean, really, it's about the messaging, right? I mean, what makes good messaging is something people can believe in. But when you trot out the owner of, like, let's say a guy who's got 9-10 businesses and he's sitting there saying, like, oh, we're fortunate that, 5 or 6 of our businesses are essential and we're still allowed to operate. It's just not a good sell for the people. And I think that the argument here is you have the virus and the public health effects versus opening up the economy. But I don't think that they have to be as separate as a lot of us think that they are.
What do they say? We're all in this together.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of which, perfect segue, Bree, because we do have an update on the story that we brought you in the first hour. For those of you who have been with us for the entire show, our new friend, Monica Broussard, she is the Guamanian who is now in quarantine in Hawaii after going with her daughter to the Aloha State for medevac purposes. Because of you guys, and you guys found the number for the Guam referral office, she messages us and she goes, I was able to get a hold of Paul Uggan and work with him on ground transportation for myself here in Hawaii. So great job, everybody.
And that was actually the phone number we got was from one of our viewers on Facebook. So thank you, Matt.
Yeah, great job, you guys.
All right, good job today, Jason. Good job, Joe Sir, Master Control Engineer, most especially to our viewers on KUAM News Facebook Live page and our listeners on The Breeze.
And our guests.
And our guests, most especially, to our guests who, sometimes you come on here and we might ask you a tough question or two, but our guests, they never take it personal, and we always see them come back for more, all right? Hey, miss a link, miss a lot, so don't miss tomorrow's show at 10:10. Good job again, Sabrina.
Good job.
My name is Chris. Hasta adios.
CBS.